What's up, Stranded? Oh, God. Oh, boy. What a day. Like, I had a bum rush to get back home. Yeah, it definitely been one of them days. Dogs all being hyper right now because I got home like maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. Had to unload the car. We went and knocked out our grocery shop, and just in case the storm hits us, all that kind of stuff, right? And Walmart was its own debacle. And then we stopped for fast food, and my God, I got to tell you about this, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Anybody looking at the title? They dropped the new uh, trailer for Masters of the Universe. And you can see it in my title right there. I am going to call this one He, Him, and the Crayons of the Universe because that's basically what they've done to the source material. It looks okay in parts. And when I first saw it, I was like, hey, that might be all right. And then the more I thought about it, the more I looked into it, the worse and worse it's getting. So we're definitely I got to touch on that. That's awesome, Stranded. Smart move. Just in case it snows, it may not snow. So I've held off on this one for a while, and I've been debating: do I do Sinestro or do I do Atrocitus? So for those that don't know, Sinestro, of course, was a Green Lantern, became Hal Jordan. The Green Lantern from Earth's greatest rival, ended up going and taming the entity of fear. His name's Parallax, and formed his own like yellow ring wearing core that based their emotional. They took the fear from the emotional spectrum and used it to almost be a well, we'll just call it a fascist dictator, the likes that Germany would have been proud of back in the old days. Right? That's kind of who Sinestro became. He became like a megalomaniac, but he was probably one of the greatest of the Green Lanterns. I always loved the character, and I've been afraid to paint him. And then Atrocitus is the head of the Red Lanterns. He's Rage Incarnate, all this stuff. And I'll go into him when I actually do paint him. But, as a toss-up, which one do I do? And I've been holding off on Sinestro because I don't want to screw him up. Because I have such a reverence for the character. I'm like, man, I paint this thing wrong. I'm just done. And everything's in yellow. It's got parallax on the base and yellow flames going on. All kinds of it. I'm going with Sinestro. Ian, good to see you, brother. Thank you guys, by the way, for smashing the like button coming in. I do appreciate the hell out of you for that one. And yeah, Ian says he's definitely getting snow. Yeah, yeah. It was 72 degrees here today. I can't make that up. And we're projected to get snow as well, snow and ice. But it was 72 degrees all damn day today. So that is, it's just ridiculous in and of itself. It was 32 there. Yeah, no, it was 72 here. It was 40 degrees warmer here than it was where you're at. But yeah, this weekend, if we get hit with the snow, then I want to make sure that, well, we went out and normally we go to a couple different places. Instead, we just banged out one place, which was Walmart, loaded up on everything we are going to need. And we're just like, yeah, we'll just ride it out. Not a big deal. Oh, sitting there sipping on my Rockstar. Let me make sure my camera's working. I changed everything over for that stupid Discord stream. That was a experiment that I won't do again. So let's see if I can get this camera where it's actually looking all right. Yep, there we go. There we go. I don't even have the overlay on right now. What must be nice that it was 72 degrees here? Actually, it's fucking terrifying, if I'm being quite honest. And so, like, this will give you an indication because if it gets icy and snows here, like, it's not good. Real not good. I mean, you have idiots that are in like, I got a jacked up truck and, oh, I got an F 150. I can handle any kinds of weather. Yeah, and they drive through it like they think they're invincible. The only thing is, Southern people don't really know how to drive on the ice very well, and they end up going into ditches. The roads here don't get treated because it doesn't freeze really. It freezes, but it doesn't snow. So, like ice on the roads here is 10 times deadlier than ice on the roads probably where all you guys are at. Maybe not all you guys, but a good chunk of you. I'm fighting that one there, stranded. We have to discuss it. Like I want to ask the collective, but at this point, I'm thinking we keep it Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday for the foreseeable future, just to make it easier on everybody. Something that Beans had said last night. By the way, thank you, Beans, again for tossing a coin to your Witcher. She did it again. She's awesome. Um, but everybody's kind of saying I kind of like the set schedule. Bob was saying I like the set schedule, and doing Wednesday, Thursday, off Friday, Saturday, coming back on Sunday. Even if Smurf's not going to stream anymore, which that's his call. That's not my call. That's a Smurf call. I'll still play games on Wednesday or what have you. Or even, worst case, I might even move it over to a paint stream depending on how things are progressing, because I'm knocking through my prints pretty damn quick. I got Sinestro, Atrocitus, and Super Mario whole diorama on to do, but then I'm done. Like with all the stuff I have printed for now. The only thing is that I may be ordering my FDM printer, so I'm going to be doing bigger bases because they're going to be lighter, and the printer that I'm looking at will be able to accommodate them, so you won't have the deformation that you have in resin. It costs like $20 in resin if I do the full bases that they want you to print out for these damn things. Like it's expensive, right? But if I do it in FDM, it's like $1 or two, like $3, something like that, something stupid. And it doesn't deform, because the big thing is with bases, and you notice it in almost every one of my bases, there's always this deformation where it doesn't line up perfect. So we'll keep it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday next week too. And like I said, if Smurf wants to play, he can play. He's a grown ass man. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Um, what's going on, Leo? Oh no, that's not Leo. That's Levi. What's up, Levi? I don't know if he is or if he isn't, Ian. He got all pissy pants yesterday, and he's like, yeah, I ain't doing this, and left the stream like almost immediately. So I haven't talked to him. It's his call. You know, he wants to, he wants to. He doesn't, he doesn't. I've told him before he should set up his own stream, but he doesn't have a computer or the know how to do it. I don't know. I don't know. You can just use your damn phone if you really want to stream, and if you want to do it through an Xbox or whatever, there's ways of doing it that way too. It's just a matter of playing with it and figuring it out. No, it's okay, Stranded. Yeah, it was kind of confusing last night too when I was saying all that. So yeah, I don't blame you there. Yeah, Ian, it was right in the beginning of the stream, like when I first fired up the stream. So yeah, it's like the first 5 minutes of the stream. You can go watch last night's stream and you'll see exactly what happened. I mean, I discussed it later on. I think you were in when I was discussing it again. But yeah, let me break out Sinestro real quick. Like I said, it's definitely been an interesting day, a run around day, and finally first now I'm finally getting to sit down and actually catch my breath and all that. But and thinking about this stupid trip. Masters of the Universe, they got some stuff so right and they got other stuff so bad. And I'm like, oh God, if they go this way with, if they went one way with it, it could be really, really cool, like a really good movie. I think they're not going that way. They're going a different way, and because of that, the movie is going to be like, oh my God, why, guys? It this just shows it. This movie is going to be a testament as to why Hollywood is dying, basically. I agree. Yeah, you're not wrong, Stranded, but I do think the schedule has been working. I think everybody, for the most part, is good with it too. What are we doing today? We are doing the the head of the yellow lantern core, Levi. And here's his chest. You can see a symbol on it, Sinestro. The thing with him is I am going to have to prime in white the parts that are going to end up yellow on this, because if I try painting the yellow just directly on it, it's going to take forever. It's going to take like 12 coats, all that kind of stuff. But just to give you an idea of what he's going to kind of look like, he's going to have his hands behind his back. And then I've got these flames. These are all going to have to get primed in white as well, because these are going to be yellow shaded. I mean, some stuff I might, even before I get into actual paint job on it, I might glue some stuff together just to give it uniformity while I'm painting. Here's the base for it, and that's Sinestro's symbol. And good old Parallax has all these little wings too. Like 90% of this is going to have to get turned to white. Here's his hands. These go behind his back. Another one of Parallax's wings. That's a piece to Parallax. Here is Sinestro's head. Got his little mustache. We've got the eyebrows coming up. The other weird part about Sinestro is what is that on his face? What the? The other weird part about Sinestro is he doesn't have like human skin, right? Like he's got like this purplish pinkish skin. Like it's off-putting skin. Have a good one, Levi. Thanks for coming in, smashing the like, even though you're out early, buddy. What's up, Eugene? What's up, Perry? Oh yeah, Perry dropped in during that Discord stream because it wasn't an actual stream. It was me finishing off the base for Galactus, and I wanted to experiment and see if I could get Discord working. And I just like turned on music, shut up, and painted. That's pretty much what that was. I just wanted to see how it would work out, see what it would be like doing it on Discord. Maybe switch over to Discord for my streaming, Perry. And I didn't like it. I don't think anybody else did. We got this claw is going to be grabbing one of his legs. It's a parallax claw. There's one of Sinestro's arms. Oh, here's the weird part. This is his boot. You notice there's no foot there. The other one definitely has a foot with a chunk out of it. This all goes together, and he like stands on the flame. Here's his other arm. Of course, can't be complete without his power lantern for the power ring. You thought I wanted to talk? Yeah. It wasn't a talk stream. It definitely was not a talk stream. It was. I legit took a break from streaming for a week, Perry. Well, you were here for it. Yeah, I think you know. I think you had heard me say it. And I took that break, was relaxing, and it wasn't like I fired that up on a whim. I was like, I wonder, and just did it. Like I was already painting. I fired it up and just see what it would be like on Discord. And like I said, it just man, it doesn't work. It doesn't gel right. I think if I did this on Rumble as well as YouTube, right? That could work. I might be able to make that work. I'm gonna have to try Rumble out another time. I got to figure out how to get the stream key from Rumble and all that stuff, and set everything into the program, all that kind of bit, and dual stream out, and then see if there's a way I can get the chat on Rumble to come up, maybe an overlay on the side, something like this. Like at that point, I'll have to figure out how to do overlays so I have the chat from YouTube on one side and the chat from Rumble on the other side, and then see where it goes. But I'm just experimenting, trying to change it up a little bit, trying to change the channel up a little bit. It's the same way I announced last night. I don't think you were there, Pear, but I announced last night that I will not be talking politics as much as possible, and I will not be talking religion on this channel as much as possible going forward. Cause man, oh yeah, both of them have me fucking red hot, guys, red hot, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion on it, everything. But I'm not going to voice mine because one, it'll kick me off a platform. Two, allegedly, it could be like a call to violence if you listen to it in a certain way. My take is not a good one anymore, and I don't want to throw that out into the universe. I would rather do some positive stuff or some fun stuff, like how I'm about to take the piss out of He-Man. stuff like this. I would rather do some fun, interesting stuff than just doom and gloom or rage bait or whatever. I mean, look, sometimes that stuff's going to come up because it's just part of our lexicon, but I'm not going to deep dive it. Like, it doesn't mean that I've checked out and I'm not watching it. I'm constantly watching it now. And my eyes gotten even more critical than it ever was. But at the same point in time, like I said, I think I'm better off saying to you guys, always be creative and bring positivity into this world. Let's do fun stuff. Let's talk fun stuff. You know, everybody's got enough problems in their life. We don't need to be worrying about these other problems that legitimately none of us can change the course of for the most part without violence. If I'm being quite honest at this point. At this point, that's why I can't talk about it. I can't. I can, but it's not good. I am going to show off the trailer. I woke up, the trailer had dropped. I watched the trailer. I jumped on Discord with the link ready to post, Ian. And yeah, Six had already posted the trailer link. And yeah, I'm going to go through it a little bit. Also, I got hit with copyright on last night's stream, guys. And you guys will never believe for what. So when I was showing off Fortnite and all the different little emotes I had, I must have left the Rick Roll one go too long. The Rick Astley never going to give you up Rick Roll emote for Fortnite. And they nailed me for that. So I had to take that out of the video this morning. All right, let me set this bad boy up. Everybody make sure you smash the like. Show your boy Gam some love. And I'm going to set this up in the background. Actually, I got to turn up the volume in the headset so I can actually hear this. But I am going to show off the He-Man trailer. We're going to be pausing pretty frequently. I don't think I can get a copyright, but I might get a copyright strike for it. But I don't know. But it's definitely one you got to see. And different stuff that I'm going to point out, being the nerd that I am, total geek. That, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely we're gonna watch it though together, and yeah. Okay. We I just gotta set up the damn video and all that stuff. And, you know, all that fun stuff I do in the background. Okay. The Boondock Saints quote, no, that didn't get me in trouble. If anything, that probably got me cheered by people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready to break down the trailer for He-Man and the Masters of the Universe 2026 edition? I got an idea. Opening shot. It's an alien world, clearly done by AI. And we'll do a ship flyby. Roll the trailer for Masters.
All that stuff that only exists in legends and bedtime stories. Talking tigers, spaceships, and magic swords that can make a man as...
Okay. I've already paused it. So, opening shot, we already saw the sorceress in like falcon form flying to Castle Grayskull. We see Castle Grayskull. So, we got some good iconography going on here, right? Now we've got the Sword of Power, He-Man Sword of Power. And for some odd reason, the shit looks like it's glass, for one. Right off the rip, why is this thing looking like it's glass? And yeah, let's continue on a little bit. So, and of course, we've got this over talk, right? About you know, dream world of dreams, all this kind of stuff. So clearly, it's like, interesting.
Mighty as a god. Where I come from, that stuff is real.
Oh, look, it's He-Man as a little kid, good old Prince Adam, and you know where he comes from. The stuff is real.
Why did you send me away?
I wanted you to be safe. So I sent you to a place I knew that they'd never find you. There's...
I paused it here for a couple different reasons. So this kind of makes sense. You know, the queen and the king, King Randor, Adam of Eternia's father and mother, sent him the queen, I think is Marlena for some reason. It might be Melina. No, it's Marlena. Send him to Earth, apparently, to hide him away. So I'm guessing this is going to be one of those. He gets sent to Earth to hide him from, you know, the scary villains, and then something comes through to come after him, and he gets pulled back into a world of adventure. But he remembers everything from when he was a little kid, even though he thinks it's just a dream. And then they cut to this shot. He, him, and the masters of the crayon box. He, him. So when I saw this, I was like, you know, when this first hit me and I read it, I was like, okay, I'm not worried about his last name, right? But it's clearly Prince Adam, right? The he, him, that's kind of funny. Like He-Man, he, him. Okay, I get it. That's kind of funny. And I was like, if they're playing it as a joke, it makes sense that that's actually kind of funny and everything else. But man, then it started rooting in my brain as I go through the cast list and everything else. And we're going to show it in a trailer. And oh boy, I think this might be completely woke, guys. And I mean woke to a point where it's, oh my God, bad woke. Hey, I don't think it's a joke, man. Yeah, you know, everything else. So, right. But you guys get the joke. He, him, right? Here it comes.
This obsession with nerd stuff and sword things, it's not a good look for human resources.
Oh my God, they found his sword somewhere on Earth. He's going in to go look at it.
I know it sounds crazy, but that sword is gonna show me the way home.
Okay. Is it just me, or does this sword look like it was made by a cosplayer out of tinfoil? I look, I own a lot of swords, and steel, no matter how you shine it up, usually doesn't look like polished chrome, right? So, okay, maybe it's a magical sword and all that. Now, maybe they're also doing this as a lark where that's not the real sword. Let's hope it's not the real sword. You know, the real sword's on Eternia locked away in Grayskull or some shit, right? But just the same. So yeah, and the figure that's holding it, I believe it's Conan the Barbarian, or supposed to look like Conan the Barbarian, which is funny because that's where they get the idea from, you know, for He-Man. They wanted to do a Conan line of toys, and then it turned into He-Man. They came up with their own IP because the Robert Howard Foundation, or whoever owns the rights to Conan, pulled it back at the last second from them making a toy line.
Sir, you can't do that.
Don't worry, the sword's mine.
One of the other things, did you hear it? Don't worry, the sword's mine. it's going to be a brown sword by the time I'm done with it. Like okay. At first, when I first saw this, I was like, his voice is a little effeminate. Maybe that's on purpose because it's like in the cartoon how Adam has this real kind of high voice. And then when he turns into He-Man, his voice drops like his testicles did, right?
Hang on, it's about to get weird.
Okay. That was Tila. And just to give you guys a heads up, the actress who is playing Tila, I believe, is Hindi. Just FYI. Okay. Let's look at this. Two of these things are not as they appear in the original cartoon, the comic books, or any other form of media outside of maybe the Kevin Smith show, which I never watched. Can you guys tell me what those two things are? I'm just curious. Two out of these five things are not like the other. No, it's not Lino. No, that's actually Cringer, right? Turns into Battle Cat. And that's actually accurate from the cartoon and the comics and everything else. Okay. This is Tila. Now, granted, I believe, I don't know for 100%, but somebody told me that this actress is actually Hindi. Then you have He-Man, right? And yes, Adam, even the action figure had like the pink shirt, so with a white undershirt. So that's kind of accurate. This right here is Man at Arms, aka Duncan. In the show and the comics and everything else, this is Tila's father. Now, I mean, I don't have a problem with the race swap on a character sometimes. Sometimes I do when it really doesn't make sense, right? It's Idris Elba, by the way, playing Man at Arms, which is actually, that works. There's only one problem here. What you find out in the cartoon and in the comic books and everything else, what it turns out is Tila, this actress, this character, is actually adopted by Duncan, by Man at Arms. She thinks that is actually her father in the cartoon and in the comics. And what it turns out is she's really the sorceress's daughter. Now, updates to Tila's character, it turns out that Duncan actually is her father and the sorceress is her mother. However, it's one of those things that's a big reveal in the original old school cartoon series that Tila's mother is the sorceress and Duncan is not the father, right? I'm pretty much spoiler alert here, guys. Sorry, spoiler alert. But I'm pretty sure she would look a little more like him if that was actually her father. So there's no mystery that he is not her father. So if they start going like, oh, well, dad and all this kind of, well, you better explain right off the rip that it's she already knows she's adopted and doesn't know who her mom is or whatever. Because if you try to play this shit out like that's actually her bio father, man, You're gonna have to explain. You have to explain some of the biology to a whole bunch of young children and how genetics actually friggin' work. And then next to Man at Arms, this is Roboto. So those who had the figure of Roboto when we were kids, right? Roboto was built and was like a defender and all this kind of stuff. But Roboto had a clear chest plate and gears inside of it. And the visor, like when you turn the waist, so like if you turn the waist on the figure, you turned it one way or the other, his arms went up, one went down, and then the gears would turn a little bit and his visor would go up and down. Notice I'm saying his, because guess who's doing the voice for Roboto? Kristen Wiig. So this robot has been switched to be a female robot voice. And it is like 10 times bulkier and bigger than the actual, like it should be. It should be the same size as everybody else pretty much on the stage, like the 2 men at least. It's supposed to be right in line with them. Like they were trying to build like basically an automaton soldier to defend. So you just shit the bed on the lore there too. All right, let's continue on. All right, so there was Idris Elba going all cowboy for some damn reason. I don't know what that's about. And I also don't ever remember these toys when I was a kid. They didn't have like giant ass spaceships like this. Everything was kind of just a little bit bigger than the action figures.
What am I supposed to do?
Now, this I kind of dig a little bit. It's a pretty good rendition of Skeletor, except for one thing. Why is his face white? I painted a Halloween decoration of Skeletor. Skeletor's face, and you can look at any of the action figures. Well, I think any of the action figures, but all the old school action figures anyway. Most pictures of Skeletor. Skeletor's actual skull face is green. It is a green yellow in line with a green screen. How do I know this movie's going to fail in the movie theater? Who's the one guy that you could cast in this movie as the voice of Skeletor that basically guarantees that the entire project is going straight to the toilet and going to flop? That's correct, Jared Leto. The only man that has played the Joker where I was like, that is my least favorite Joker. Everybody else who played the Joker, including Cesar Romero as a goof, I liked. Jared Leto is the only one to crap the bed as the Joker, right? He's cast as the voice of Skeletor in this. We're not going to hear Skeletor laugh or speak, by the way, guys. But yeah, while the skull and the face and all that, it's cool. You got the color scheme wrong. 1000%, bro. Guys, whoever designed this movie, why did you make him a skull? Skeletor's whole backstory was, his name was Keldor. His general that was with him, his name was Kronos. They attacked King Randor, and I don't know if they wanted to wipe out Adam, but basically it turns out that Keldor is actually Adam / He-Man, his uncle. And he basically came in and tried to seize power from King Randor. He shot a spell at King Randor. It bounced I don't know which one it was. I don't know if it was Orko or who. Orko is not in this movie, by the way, guys. I can't remember if it was King Randor or Orko, but somehow, or even just a power sword, it deflected back into his face So he had like a normal face at first, and when it deflected back into his face, it burned him down to a skull. So that's why it's green, is because it's magic infused burn. You thought purple? Yeah. If you look, it's green yellow. It's like this yellowish green. His eyes are red though. Like he does have those red eyes, which is cool. Good little Halloween effect you got going on here. But yeah, so and then Kronos, his general, ended up losing an arm in the battle and became a character known as Trapjaw, which we will see later on. We do get to see Trapjaw for a second there. But yes, this is our Skeletor. Let's go on. Okay. I gotta pause it faster. Damn. Right here, this is Fisto. He looks exactly like he does in the cartoon, comic books, and action figures. It does look like a cheap... Well, that's just it. In the age of AI, you could have done all kinds of crazy shit, and they didn't. Right? But Fisto, I often joke, is the reason why the He-Man action figures have bowed legs. Just saying. And it looked like the thing he was punching might have been Spikor, but I don't think I saw him listed in the thing. And if it was Spikor, Spikor is a purple figure with black spikes. Or, yeah, I think it was black spikes. So they kind of got that wrong. But let's go on. Oh, here it comes. Well, wait. Shit. I can't believe it. Gotta get better with my pause game, guys. Right there for that split second. If I can just go back. If I can go one frame. You know what? Let me do this. I'm going to switch up my playback speed from normal to 0.25 so this way I can pause. Right there. You get to see the back end of Trapjaw. So you are going to have Trapjaw in the movie. He is missing the arm. Actually, from the back, he looks really good. I'm curious to see what they did with the face in the front of him. Should have blue skin. Actually, Keldor had blue skin too, believe it or not, from using magic. That's awesome. Great to see you, by the way, Melissa. Make sure you guys are smashing that like button. And hopefully you're liking my breakdown of this, oh God. He, him, and the masters of the crayon box. He, him. All right. At first, I thought that was Beastman. Apparently, that's going to be something that is not in any of the comics action figures named Goatman. Just a heads up on that hairy thing you saw bounce from the cars. That was Evil Lynn, by the way. Let me see if I can't go back fast. Oh, of course you got to obstruct her face. Blew it up a little too big. But yeah, that was Evil Lynn that they show. And apparently it's Allison Brie. She was on like Glow. She was in something else. I can't remember. But she's going to be Evil Lynn. They did all right with her, but she's a bit short. All right, that was Man at Arms leaping towards the, I don't know, some magical fucking spaceship that they didn't have in the comics, cartoons, or anything else. So that's interesting because I remember they had one flying ship that you could get when you were a kid, and it had like an eagle face on like the front end, right ahead of the cockpit of the ship that you could get when you were a kid with Masters of the Universe. Here it is. He got in shape for the role. But I don't know, guys. maybe it's just old GAM here. How much cooler it would have been if he turned into Henry Cavill, or Alan Rickson when he turned into He-Man, because this guy he's in good shape. We're not going to take this away from him, but He-Man should be like just the epitome of machismo, muscles. You know what I mean? He should be like a god build. He should look like an action figure. And he kind of looks like a dude who spent a little bit of time in the gym for a movie role. He, him. Oh, look at that. There we go. We finally get a good shot of Skeletor. And I'm curious why he's lacking here. Like, I think our own misfit Mister that is normally in here, shout out to him. I think Mister would look at this guy and start laughing and be like, bro, you need to go back to the gym. You need to do creatine. You ain't looking good here. They at least got the goat skull on the staff, which I dig. He definitely looks creepy here and everything else. I do think you could have done more, though. Like I said, I'm not a fan of this white skull. Right here, this actor was told, hey, just pretend like you're about to poop your pants and make a face like that. Like you're really squeezing through, like you've got bad hemorrhoids and your butthole sealed shut and you can't get the turd out. So really, really push hard on the scene. But again, you know, like I said, I'm not usually a big stickler for this kind of stuff, and he is in much better shape than I am. But these arms here, these shoulder muscles in particular, we should be seeing rippling lines down each one of these. Like he should have, this poor man should have shot a bunch of steroids and worked the hell out for like 6 months just to get in shape for the role. Great to see you. Thank you again for the tossing the coin to The Witcher. I appreciate it. You know I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, so we now have a good still frame picture of him, like, you know, just really, really, he enjoyed Taco Tuesday a little bit too much, and he's just emptying into the toilet. You know what? That's actually not a bad call. I think you're right. He might have been a better Lion-O. He might have been a better Lion-O. Give him that orange hair. Then you could have been like Thundercats. Thundercats. Oh! See, like, I don't know, guys. I'm going to play that last little sequence again with the sword fight between him and Skeletor. And I think that we've gotten better shit in AI, if I'm to be quite honest. Oh, I didn't want to hit that.
Thank you. Dougie
I mean,
B.
hey, I don't feel bad. I smashed on D-Day Cobra. Love that guy. Great content creator right there. But yeah, guys, that is the breakdown for Masters. And in a way, I was like, you got this right. You got that right. Some of this stuff looks okay. And then just the geek in me took over. And then I realized, you know, as Perry pointed out, I was like, at first, I was like, the he, him thing. And that might have been funny. Right up until I started looking at it and I was like, so each of the characters are basically different colors of the rainbow. You are setting it in modern America. Right? Now, maybe it won't have woke messaging actually in the movie outside of that pronoun joke. But I don't know, because the one character we didn't get to see, well, there's two characters we didn't really get to see the actors in their roles, actor and actress in this case. One of them, and I think his name's Zhao Xingzhong or some shit like this. There is an Asian man that's going to be playing Ram Man. And spoiler alert, the Action Figures comics, it was definitely a dumb white dude. And I mean dumb, because he hits everything with his head. He's a human battering ram. And he had springs for legs, right? And then the other one was the sorceress. The sorceress is played by Marina Baccarin, I think her name is. You know, everybody knows who she is. She's the love interest in Deadpool. She was Anora on Firefly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your day. So, you know, listen, guys. I've been wrong in the past. I've been 1,000% wrong. Like, remember, I said Superman, Crypto is going to be like, it's going to be the worst part of the movie. Everything else, Crypto turned out to be the highlight of the movie. And I had to come out and say, hey, you know what? I enjoyed Crypto. I enjoyed his antics. I liked the fact that he was like a dickhead dog. You know, like he reminded me of my dog, like a jerk. And I thought that part was good, but there's a lot more in that movie that I really kind of hated. And then there's other stuff that I liked. I didn't think it was as bad as I initially thought it was going to be, right? I had to admit that. This movie, I'm not going to pass judgment on off the rip, but I am going to say that it's not looking good. That I'm thinking, here's your plot line. If I can break down this plot line. All right. Let's think like lazy Hollywood writers or Chat GPT, either or. Give us a modern day He-Man movie. Okay. It starts off, Skeletor goes and attacks. Well, Keldor attacks King Randall and all this, invades his kingdom. And then they send Adam to Earth to hide him. But of course, Skeletor has to sneak somebody through the portal. So probably Evelyn, because she's a sorceress and can change her appearance and everything else. And Evelyn keeps an eye on him. And then when he comes of age and starts hunting for his sword and posting it online and all that bullshit, she lets Skeletor know somehow. They open up the wormhole again. They send through that monster you see bouncing all over the cars. Of course, that's when you get Teela and probably Teela alone. They'll just do Teela alone. They won't send like a whole battalion to go defeat this thing. It'll just be, the girl beating the hell out of this giant monster. No problem. On one hand, beat the hell out of him and having to rescue, Adam from the monster. Like he's the damsel in distress. And then she gets him into the ship. That's where you see the whole scene of her flying him back in the ship. They go through the portal. They get to Eternia. Then they're breaking down everything that's happened on Eternia. All this kind of stuff. Skeletor is trying to siege Grayskull to get the sword. Of course, now Adam's got to go and stop it. A whole big war breaks out. And we only get to see it, kind of drawn back, not really hardcore war, just people blown up here or there, done by AI. And then basically, long of the short, he gets into Grayskull, he gets a hold of the sword, he holds it up, and that's the big climax of the movie is I got the power. He turns into He-Man. Him and Skeletor have a throwdown. Skeletor gets his butt whipped. Cue the dun 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 music while the fight's going on. And Skeletor ends up retreating, getting away, going, curse you, He-Man. And then, it's all of them all celebrating in the castle with some fireworks going off at the end of it. And right up, as the fireworks are going off, all that kind of crap. At the very end of the movie, you get... Let's see. Yeah, you'll get some kind of line like, "Sir, He-Man. Skeletor's attacking here or whatever. Or if there's plans that Skeletor's reemerged and he's going to attack again. And of course, they all turn around and do the battle pose, like they're going to kick his ass, roll credits, right? And then we'll either get a mid credits stinger or an after credits stinger, and it'll be Hordak. And there you go. There's your He-Man movie. Written in like 2 minutes by lazy writers in Hollywood. You'll get all the exposition dumps and everything else in between where, like for some reason, Man-at-Arms is just going to spill the entire existence of everything to He-Man. Roboto would be this goofy robot sidekick that's doing funny stuff, but kicking people's ass at the same time. Like just total goofball because for some reason, they couldn't figure out how to do Orko. And this is what I think is going to happen with this movie, guys. And I could be completely wrong. I've been wrong in the past. I just have a feeling if I'm reading the tea leaves and looking at it, this is how this movie plays. Just watching the trailer. And like I said, they could bait and switch me. There's movies that have bait and switched me before where I was like, damn, that turned out to be much better than I thought it was going to be. Some shit just comes out and it's exactly what you think it is. And I don't know. That's just the feeling I get from this. Let's hope it's good. Let's hope it's a good film. Yeah, but I'm not very hopeful. I mean, if there's other trailers and stuff like that come out and you guys want me to break them down, I think this is a fun little segment, gets us away from talking about orange people and shit like this. But yeah, I don't have much hope for it. Okay, so here's my killer. Here's the killer with this, right? I've got people that are doing stuff online with AI that looks better than some of the stuff we just saw in this multi-million-dollar movie. Because it's not like, this movie was put together by a fan for a couple, $1,000. No, this is a big studio film. But at home, we can do stuff with AI that is either just as convincing or more convincing than what I just watched. This is going to be a problem for Hollywood. He, him, and the crayon box of the universe. He, him. But yeah, the pronoun thing, like I said, it's played for a laugh and that's all it is in the movie. Awesome. If they try to make this some kind of morality message about, if they try to make it a morality message that is completely left based or something like that, then yeah, I know. Everybody's going to just shit on this movie. And like I said, the guy, he doesn't look like a terrible He-Man. But he definitely, we grew up in a time with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, hell, even Mel Gibson, right? Harrison Ford. We grew up in a time with guys that were ripped. Lou Ferrigno as the Hulk. Like, we grew up in a time where guys were ripped. I think my wife said it best. She was like, they really should have gone to WWE and tapped some of the wrestlers to play some of the roles. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. Like, especially one of the other things is Beast Man. If I'm to ask you guys, Give me a list of the villains from He-Man. Who are the bad guys in He-Man? Who does he often fight? Right? And anybody who's an 80s kid, particularly around 84, 85, grew up in that time frame, can sit there and just think back to their childhood of playing with these action figures and who they were. And everybody's going to say Skeletor right off the rip. Who's He-Man's enemy? Skeletor. Everybody knows Skeletor, right? Howdy, howdy, Rogue. Good to see you, brother. Rogue dropped in, smashed that like button, started saying howdy, howdy to everybody. So, if we think about He-Man's Rogues Gallery, you had Skeletor, you had Evil Lyn, you had Trapjaw. You had Beastman, Merman, right? These were fundamental characters that we saw almost every time. You had Triclops, who was there every now and again, you know. They would bring him in. But your main ones were Beastman, Merman, Evil Lyn, Skeletor. Yeah, like those are the big four badasses, right? Out of his villains, his rogues gallery. And then you had like Clawful and I think was Buzzoff a good guy? I can't remember if he was good or bad. I don't know. We used to just tear his wings off because you could put him back on. And yeah, they're not doing Beastman in the movie. They're not doing Merman apparently in the movie either. Like, how do you skip those two? How do you skip these two? Conversely, you know what? You guys want me to tear down another trailer? Now I'm thinking about it. You guys want me to show you another movie trailer, one that I think might actually be like, all right. I saw this trailer and I was just like, okay, this might actually be good. All right. Set it up real quick. Let me go find it. It's only a minute long. And there is a character in here that I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? But the trailer itself, like for the most part, I was digging it. Definitely digging it. Let me mute it. Get it all queued up. Because sorry, GAM doesn't blow his money on paying for YouTube Premium. Well, but some people do, and God bless them. They listen to me at work. Congratulations, you are smarter than the rest of us because that's the way you should do it. This way you don't have to like dig your phone out to smack the ads. Smart move. All right. Ooh, that's funky. That's out of frame. There we go. Focus. All right, here we go. Okay. Do you guys know what movie it is? Let's see if we can't. I'm rewinding it right now because I'm going to pause along the way. And some people have complaints about different things. It is Street Fighter, a movie based on a video game. let's take a look. Let's see. We'll start at the top as the characters flash up because they flash up kind of quick, guys. So let's see if we can't pull them up, name them off. All right, so that was clearly the first one was Ryu. I don't know who this is supposed to be, if I'm being honest. I don't know who this is. This is Rain Man. All right, so we have Chun-Li. One of the big complaints, and I'll show it later about Chun-Li, and but not bad. Costume is not bad on this. Especially for the later versions of Chun-Li. Maybe not Street Fighter 2 Chun-Li, but a little bit after that, maybe Street Fighter 3, 4. Pretty good representation of Chun-Li. Oh boy, at the beginning should have played He-Man. All right. And this is Zangief. I think this is perfect. This is as close to a Zangief as we're going to get right here. He looks like Zangief. My God. Okay. Zangief is a Russian fighter. All right, guys. This is Balrog. And he looks not bad. Do you know who's playing Balrog? Do you know who this actor is? Anybody know who this guy is? That 50 Cent. That's right. He's in the club. Many men wish death upon him. They got 50 Cent playing Balrog. Which I'm like, I can kind of see it, but Mike Tyson's still alive. Why didn't you just glue some hair on him and put him back in this movie? Yeah, it's 50 Cent. I don't know this actor's name, but Dalsim. He's playing Dalsim. It's actually a very good representation of Dalsim. The only thing that I'm not liking here is he has this metal ring on his neck. He should have, I think it's 3 skulls on a necklace. 3 skulls on a necklace, and if they really wanted to go a little over the top, they should have done a little white coming off these eyes. But still, you look at him, you know that's Dalsim. That's really good. The hoop earrings are correct and everything else. And I just bounced past him. E Honda. I'm not hating this one, but I am because he should have the face paint. He should have the Kabuki mask face paint. So I don't know who this actor is. He looks like he's got some size to him if we're looking like right here at his traps and everything. He's a pretty big boy. But yeah, I think he needs that face paint that E Honda has in the game. But still, I can tell you right away, that's friggin' E Honda. Now for the one that I hate. I hate this person that was cast. That's Cammy. She looks like absolute just ass. This outfit that they've got her wearing, you can clearly see there's padding in here, padding in here, padding in here. She should be wearing a unitard, basically. And if I'm being quite honest about it, she looks old. I know that sounds like I'm being a dick and ageist. I'm not. Cammy is like, if we're going by actual Street Fighter lore, is supposed to be a young English girl. She does not look young to me. She does not look English. And her costume looks like somebody cosplaying as Cammy versus somebody that has been cast in a big budget Hollywood movie. I mean, not an unattractive woman, but just the same, she doesn't give me Cammy vibes. She just doesn't. And like it's the one I'm disappointed most in is Cammy's casting. I'm not feeling this woman as Cammy. She even has like the leotard with the pattern on it, or the what are they called? Pantyhose with the pattern on it, and all that. And then we saw the top of Guile's head, and this dude's playing Ryu. People are pissed off because Ryu is Japanese, and this guy is only like half Japanese or something like that, and people are mad about it. But you can teach an actor to fight. You can't teach a fighter to act in most cases. So it's one of those sticky wickets you're going to find yourself in. Not saying that anybody who's actually like an MMA fighter, stuff like that, can't act. There's some that probably can, but it's a lot easier to grab an actor and teach them fighting moves, especially if all they got to remember is a certain sequence, than it is to take an MMA fighter, teach them how to emote with their face, how to do movements, how, this is, we're going to be doing this shot and this is how you need to be acting in it. All right. This casting, I'm 50-50 on, because I don't even know what this actor's name is. He appears in damn near everything nowadays. He's playing M. Bison. And he looks like him, like I could recognize, okay, that's M. Bison right away. But he's kind of, there's nothing impressive about him physically. And M. Bison was physically imposing, like supposed to be physically imposing. Like if you look at him in a game, he is ripped. So I mean, this kind of works for me because I could recognize him, everything else. The costume is pretty much exactly as M. Bison's costume looks, all that stuff. But I don't know. This one I'm questionable on. And then whoever the dude dancing was, I'm not sure. Whoever this pudgy little young woman is, I don't know who the hell she's supposed to be either. And then we saw Vega. Oh, God. But I almost gave away the reveal there. Vega, pretty much the thing that I am not feeling with this Vega is this blonde hair. I don't really... Vega was from Spain, if I remember correctly, in Street Fighter 2, and he had his hair done way down his back, like it went down to like his ass crack. And it was in a ponytail and it was brown, if I remember correctly. So I don't know who this is, but he doesn't give me, you got a guy in a mask with a claw on. I'm not real happy about this one either. All right. I'll rewind it and let that play through. We finally get this is a look at Guile. Guile is played by Cody Rhodes. And my God, I don't know how if you asked me before I saw Cody Rhodes as Guile, like who should play Guile in a Street Fighter movie? Cody Rhodes wouldn't have been my first pick. I wouldn't even have thought of Cody Rhodes, to be honest with you. But seeing him, he's Guile. He's got it. Like this is perfect. That's Guile right there. Like I'm waiting for him to step back 3 feet and go Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom, Sonic Boom. Let's hit play. And I mean, dude, the razor kick. Like they nailed the razor kick. That's Guile's razor kick. Done perfect. Oh my God, you translated something from the video game. Genius. All right, so it looks like Chun-Li and Vega are fighting. And then we got yeah, okay, so this is Ryu. I don't know who he is fighting. Yeah, we have another case of a guy who obviously had too much Taco Bell and is vacating his bowels, and they filmed it. They said, make that face like, you're grabbing a hold of the sides of the toilet and just holding on for dear life while everything that you've eaten for the past 24 hours comes rushing out of you. This man looks like he was voting for Hillary Clinton and found out that Trump just won the election. This what this man looks like to me. Now, this at first I was like, I don't know about this because first off, the actor, of course, it's a Japanese legend and all that, but Roman Reigns from WWE is playing Akuma in the movie, and seeing him, I think he nails it. I honestly think he nails it. If they dyed his hair where his hair, his beard, and his goatee and everything are red, I can 100% see it. Yeah, well, in the game, he's wearing a huge pearl necklace too. It's like these Japanese beads or what have you. He's actually a demon though, so I think Roman Reigns kind of nails this look. All right, let me take that back half a second. We see this. This is the actress that plays Chun-Li. Here's the big complaint from everybody. Chun-Li's legs. Let me say this again. Chun-Li's legs are thick. And I don't mean just like a little thick. I mean, she's got the thickness with the quickness. Like, if you took one of her legs and put it in milk, you'd have Asian flavored strawberry thick. It's just, her legs are thick. This woman's legs are not thick. She's like very skinny. Well, of course not, Eugene. You're more inclined to thinking that the He-Man movie looks good. I don't know. This movie could suck ass, but this is what I'm saying when you're sticking to the lore and the way the characters look and basing stuff on the characters. Like I said, my two complaints: Chun-Li's legs, Cammy's costume and the way she looks. Those are my two big complaints with this so far. So far, it's not bad. All right, and this is I can't remember his name. I think this is supposed to be Dan. Maybe it's Charlie, which is Guile's friend that gets killed. But yeah, I don't know. Also not shown in this trailer. I'm going to give you guys a spoiler here because they announced him. Jason Momoa is going to be Blanca. And I don't know how he's going to look. Anything like I haven't seen him done with the makeup. That could be really, really cool. That could be really crazy, especially if he enjoys playing Blanca or wants to play Blanca. It does look better than the He-Man movie, right? Like this is one I'd probably go pay to see. I'm not going to pay to see He-Man. I'll tell you guys that much. Oh, yeah, we got a spin-a-rooney right through a table. Now, that is our only look at Ken, which makes me think that dude that was screaming that I was making fun of, like he just ate too much Taco Bell and was gripping the sides of the toilet, and I froze on him. I think that might be the same actor. But I think this is Akuma that they just whooped the shit out of. But let's rewind that real quick so you guys can get a full feel of that little action scene. And that's the way you kick people's heads in. I love the fact that they have the dude who's the kickboxer, and I can never remember his name. I don't know if it's Guy. I can't remember. He was in like one of the Street Fighter Alphas, I want to say. But they have him breaking the car. That stage was like iconic back in the day. You had the barrels and you had the car. They were like little bonus stages that you would play, and you'd try and beat your friend in points on them. See if you couldn't break the car, and if you got perfect, that would be if you broke the entirety of the car beforehand. So, yeah, this was the trailer for. Let me see. Is there anything else here? Nah, they're just going on and it fades out or whatever. But yeah, I'm thinking that Street Fighter, it's got a shot. It may suck completely, but I think it's got a shot. Any other trailers we should break down, guys? Any other trailers we should be looking at? Like anything on the radar that people are like, wow, we really need this one? I'm definitely like derailed from painting Sinestro here, aren't I? I'm going to do a search right now. Let's see. 2026 movie trailers. Let's see what we got. This one's got a ton of them. Supergirl actually looks all right. I'm shocked. You wanted me to do Supergirl? We can do Supergirl. The only thing is, I'm going to be muting it, I think, because of the song will definitely get me a strike. Oh, no, that's 19. It came up with the 1984 one. No, 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 no. Okay, here we go. We'll go to Kinko Check. Shout out to them. Make sure you're checking out their channel. It's kinocheck.com. KINO check.com. Okay, here we go. All right, so we got Call Me by Blondie, right? All right, right off the rip, this is a problem. This is a problem. So right off the rip, you've got Crypto pissing on Superman. What does that say about your Superman in the Superman movie? She should have had a comic book on the ground and had a Marvel IP there. It would have made more sense that they're pissing on Marvel, making fun of Marvel, something like that. Instead, you took what is one of the three most iconic superheroes out of the DC universe and just had a dog piss on them right in the beginning of the trailer. Yeah, if you look, what does it say? Superman saves town from nuclear reactor explosion. And then if you read this part, it says Supergirl rescues cats. You got it mostly on the paper. Good dog is what she says there. Hold on, let me see if I can't get captioning on here. All right, there you go. Yeah, you got most of it on the paper. Good job. You got a ship landing and all that. And the girl who's playing Supergirl, you know, other than the fact she looks like Chaka from Land of the Lost. Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. She's actually not bad. Like, I'm not finding her annoying as Supergirl. So she's getting hammered at different bars off planet, like Superman says at the end of the Superman movie that just came out. You know, just living the party life, her best life at 23. All right. Now, what we're seeing there, and this is going to be interesting. I'm hoping, right? And I'm saying it again, I'm hoping. I'm not entirely sure. Because the premise of this movie, it's based on a comic book run called Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. And in it, Supergirl is lamenting the fact that she lost her. She saw the destruction. You remember, Kal-El, aka Superman, was sent to Earth while he was a baby. So he doesn't know anything about Krypton. Didn't see it explode, none of that. She was actually saw it explode. All the cities get wiped out and all that. And her city, and I think it's Kandor. And this is where it's going to be interesting. If this is supposed to be Kandor here, then basically this dome that goes over it is supposed to protect the city or whatever. Now, little does Supergirl / Superman know, Brainiac shrunk Kandor down to pretty much the size of my Sinestro on the table and turned it into, like, basically stored it away, put it in like a glass jar and stored it away on a shelf. And they think everybody in Krypton was wiped out, but that's not the case. Kandor still exists. And Brainiac is supposedly going to be the main villain in the next Superman movie. So you could do flashbacks to Kandor and the destruction of Krypton, and then Kandor being taken by Brainiac. You know, you find that out at the very end of the movie or something, that Kandor is still around. And that's where Brainiac, you know, like the end of this movie could be Supergirl going to Superman being like, I know where Kandor is. That would be awesome. That could be really awesome. But in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, the storyline is basically she's lamenting the fact that Krypton's destroyed. She's in a severe depression with PTSD. And then this little girl's being chased by these thugs. And it turns out these thugs basically wiped out everybody, and we're going to sell her into slavery. And Supergirl ends up protecting her. And then it brings her back to the light side, like makes her appreciate life again, because her and the little girl are exchanging their life stories basically along the way. So it could be interesting to see how this plays out. And that is definitely the little girl, I believe. Right there. Okay. Where she's in the white right here walking. Supergirl. See how she's in the white? This is when they tie her to the stake and they put the dragon eggs around her, and then they set it on fire and everything burns up, and they think she burns up along with the dragon eggs, and then she's sitting there and she's standing there naked, and the 3 little dragons appear. Oh, no, wait, that's Game of Thrones. My bad. Wrong show. Yeah, did you see that walk right there? I like to call this the sassy woman walk. It's when a female character is about to kick the shit out of some dude for pissing them off. And she may have her menses. There it is right there. You see that walk? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, they all got the guns. This does not look like it's going to end well for you. And then she's just going to start hammering people. All right, so that is apparently one of the villains. And they're the ones that are hunting down the little girl. Makeup looks all right. Basically, this guy looks like your average dude that you would find at the tattoo booth at a convention. Basically, the only thing he didn't tattoo was his eyes. And he doesn't have his septum pierced either, which is, hey, look, you're slacking, bud. All right, so it's her and the little girl. She's saving the little girl. Oh, look, she used some laser eyes. Yay, laser eyes. Oh, see, she was mean to Crypto. So now she's got to apologize to Crypto for being mean to him. This scene right here, right where I paused it, apparently she's in a junkyard, and basically she's going to get affected by red kryptonite, and then an evil version of her is going to show up, and the two of them are going to fight. Oh, no, wait, that's Superman 3. My bad. That right there is probably the most important part of the trailer for me. In particular, I'm going to play that at 0.25 speed so I can get a good freeze frame on it. This right here is Jason Momoa playing Lobo. And this is about as much of Lobo as we see in the trailer. But to say Jason Momoa was born to play Lobo is an understatement because, my God, even all shadowed out and everything else, the swagger, the size, just the outline of him, he looks like Lobo. And that is the part of this movie that I'm excited for. And to be honest with you, he'll be in it for like 3 minutes probably. But Jason Momoa as Lobo is definitely my selling point on this one. Up, she flew off planet. Look, she's absorbing that sunlight. See that? The good Supergirl won. Now she's showing up in the suit and just going to start throwing the smackdown on punk bitches. This is how this is going to go, and this is how it's going to work. Like, I mean, look at that. She just killed like 75 people right there. I mean, murdered them. Like, she just took out like 75 people with one swing. And yeah. Yeah, so there you go. There's Supergirl done. What do you guys think? You hype for it? You think it's going to be all right? I think it's going to be all right. I don't think it's going to be great. I don't think it's going to be terrible. I don't think it's going to be one of those movies where we're like, oh God, this is hot trash. I think it's actually going to be okay. I'm going to give it a thumb in the middle. I think Jason Momoa walking out as Lobo, if you see this one in the theaters, the moment he comes out, people are going to lose their damn minds. I mean, hey, look, you know what? He kind of deserves $6 million. Especially if the rest of the movie sucks completely. And, like I said, that's going to be the moment when he shows up as Lobo that people are going to lose their damn minds in the theater. Anybody who knows who Lobo is. Because everybody's, as far as I know, anybody who's a Lobo fan has been waiting for a live action version of Lobo that doesn't suck. I think they did him on either Krypton or they did him in something, and I can't remember what in live action, and it was not good. What are you guys feeling? Which is there another trailer you want me to break down in particular? Should I look through a bunch of them, or should I shut up and paint? It was Krypton. He was. I knew it was something like that, and because I remember seeing it and just being like, "Yeah, that wasn't good." Rogue the Leaf still in here? Are you still here, Rogie? I mean, he might have clicked off. But Rogue the Leaf. Shout out to Rogue. Great dude. I was hoping he was still in here. I was going to show him why I started reciting that prayer last night when I finished the one guy. The Rip. That's what it's called. Oh, there we go, right there. Okay, The Rip. Netflix, huh? Oh my God. You want me to review a trailer for Good Will Hunting 3, The Rip? This is Good Will Hunting, because that is obviously Ben Affleck, and that's obviously Matt Damon. Matt Damon! All right, let's take a look.
From the outside looking in, it seems simple. Seize the cash, count.
Oh my God. This is not good, guys. Right off the rip, unfortunately, name of the movie is The Rip. They're going to take this guy right here, and apparently they're going to put him on his knees and hit him in the head with a whole lot of times and crush his skull in with a baseball bat. I know, I saw it before. I don't care if he voices Invincible or not. Steven Yeun is he's going to get beat to death by Negan. It's a spoiler alert, I'm telling you now. How do you like them apples? Good call, mister. You missed it when I was reviewing He-Man. I had to shout you out because you should have been in that movie. These guys were missing like delts, lats, all kinds of stuff. Like it looked like they skipped the gym. They should have shot themselves with creatine and steroids and everything else and hit the gym with you. They would have been looked like monsters.
On it and turn it in. On the inside, it's different. We had a crime.
Oh, did they bring that puppy with them, or is that puppy just running around?
Sniper tip come in on this address. Shit.
So they found a bunch of money in a house.
$4 million in this bucket. I bought 14 more of those things. That's a $20 million rip.
Okay. Is this going to be one of those movies where they take the money, they hide like $1 million of it or something like this, and they're dirty cops? I said the same thing, mister. No Orko. Where is Orko? I call it he, him, and the masters of the crayon box. He, him.
You gotta be smart right now. You gotta move this money, man.
Stay off the radios, no call outs.
Oh my God. So, yeah, I'm going to let this one play a little bit more.
What to do with this? Just this. Everything.
You heard about the inside heist teams.
Yeah, cops playing robbers.
Need any help tonight, Lieutenant? Nope. We didn't get a heads up about this.
One good cop is all it took to bring down 3 dirty cops. He was on the inside. They found buckets full of cash. He was dangerous. He was played by Matt Damon.
The longer we stay here, the dicier the shit gets.
Don't trust anyone.
Could Ben Affleck be trusted? He's been in every movie with Matt Damon since they were kids. Could he be trusted?
All I know is what we do right now and who we talk to matters. You see that? P-I-G-S.
Guys, we just found something out that I never would have guessed. Ben Affleck can actually spell. He can spell and form words with the spelling. You can call him an idiot all you want, but this man can actually, like, he could read a word off a wall and say it. It was a miracle to me.
Is there anything that you've heard about him? There's snitches in every division. Watch your back.
All right, so the part they're not showing in this is the gay love scene between Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, allegedly. Apparently, the two of them have a steamy love scene in the shower. Just saying. They're hiding in like a motel together, end up in the shower, you know, and yeah, things happen. And then we're going to get a scene in there where Matt Damon turns to Ben Affleck and says, "Man, I can forget you. I'll never forget this shower." That guy shot like those shots that he fired off at dude running across the roof were worse than me last night on Ready or Not.
Say it out loud. You a snitch, Mike?
Uh-oh. Matt Damon's the bad cop. It's actually a sequel to Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, the reboot.
This is my crime scene. Let me run it.
They just gonna take the money?
Were you and Captain Velez close?
Oh, did you see it right there? I mean, I'm not going to, I can't show that on stream really again. It went by so fast. But that was Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. They made it look like it was a girl in bed, but no, it was actually Matt Damon and Ben Affleck.
Tell me what's going on. First off, back the fuck up. You're not going anywhere without me. You're not giving orders. I don't trust you right now, and that's a problem.
You should just take whatever money you want and walk away.
You can just take whatever money you want and walk away from this whole production because this, you know, this looks like an episode of The Shield.
Wait. Before this goes really bad for all of us.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that might be reindeer games all over again for some reason. I don't know why. All right. So that was the rip. Do we have any other requests, ladies and germs? I mean, I can do this. Maybe I can do this. Let's see if it'll come up. I can just, we can, movie trailers 2026 official trailers. Because I watch a lot of movie trailers. Scream 7. It's called the sequel that should have ended at Scream 2. Oh, everybody go be a hero on this game. All right. Kino check is definitely one of the best places. Okay, yeah, I saw this movie. They're buddy cops that are gonna. It was called. Oh God, what the hell's the name of the movie, guys? I've only seen this movie like 5,000 times. Just it's always two different people playing the main two roles. I think it's called The Other Guys. It's one of those movies. The Wrecking Crew. Yeah, no. That's called the Skip It and don't even pay to see it. This is one that I probably should cover, and I don't know how I feel about it just yet. Oh, you know what's going to happen there? General's going to take some liberties. This is the Odyssey by Homer that they're actually doing a movie of. And yes, Matt Damon's in it.
No one could stand between my men.
Like, this could be interesting. It looks... Tobey Maguire. It was Tobey Maguire. Oh, no, wait. It's the other Spider-Man. That had to be Andrew Garfield. My bad. The thing that has me intrigued by this is it's done by Christopher Nolan, and he usually does not shit the bed when it comes to movies. He usually knocks them out of the park, so... Not that he can't shit the bed, but it's a rare occasion that he shits the bed. This right here is the scene that is going to, for me, will make or break this movie, being a Harryhausen fan. So those who don't know who Harryhausen is, Ray Harryhausen, he did Jason and the Argonauts, The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, Creature from 20,000 Fathoms. Of course, everybody knows his ultimate masterpiece, quote unquote, that he ever did was Clash of the Titans back in the 80s. And he does all the like stop motion with the monsters and all that before effects became all digital and everything else. He was doing it with stop motion. And he's like the master when it comes to monsters like that. But should be them walking into the Cyclops' cave. And I don't know how I feel about the way that Cyclops was starting to look, just that outline. Let me back that up just a tick if I can. See if I can't get fast hands here. So I don't know how I feel about that, because that has got to be the Cyclops coming out after them. I don't know. The shape on the head is definitely odd. Like I'm thinking they might go with the way it was described in Greek myth, which you have a definite evolution in the Cyclops that they've done it much better with some of the more recent iterations of it. That's the only part in this movie I'd be seriously interested in. Well, there's a bunch in the movie I'd be interested in seeing, but that's the main part. This summer, coming to a theater near you. Experience waves, lots of water, a screaming Matt Damon, high on the seas. Mad Balls, the movie. And what makes me want to smash my computer is stupid ads where I get goofy shit about Scribe. Thank God it wasn't about male premature evacuations.
What if I can't?
What if I can't? Well, then that would make you a bitch, sir. Mr. Witty has won the internet for the night with that one. A bunch of men in leather straps facing down a one-eyed monster. Not my kind of movie. It's oddballs at the water park. Nice. The Odyssey, One-Eyed Willie's Revenge, The Goonies 2.
Would you like?
Wait, oh my God, no, just no. The Death of Robin Hood. Yeah, I think we can skip that. This one, I think I can get away with playing it. Because this, out of all of them so far, is still my favorite of all the trailers for this.
Death comes for us all.
I mean, that's clearly the mansion where Charlie Kirk went to school, according to Candace Owens.
All I know for sure. The question isn't, are you prepared to die? The question is, who will you be when you close your eyes?
They gave him the iconic wheelchair, and you see in a second here, you're going to see the iconic jacket. Checkmate, old friend. You shall not pass, Charles. I'm going to die, Magneto. You shall not pass, Charles. That right there. That one, this right here, is what everybody's been waiting for. Cyclops in his actual accurate, comic accurate outfit, right? They are going to bring back all these characters. You're going to see them for approximately 5 minutes each. Like each planet, the X-Men planet, you're going to see it for 5 minutes. And then it's going to get erased from existence. Spoiler alert, guys. Avengers Doomsday. Ha 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 ha. Good luck, have fun. That looked okay. Whistle sucked. They will kill you. I don't know about that. Greenland 2 Migration. But talk about sequels that should never be made.
What is that? The storm?
What is that? No, that's not a storm. That's a bunch of meteors falling straight for us, boy. You're an idiot. Look up. Stranded. Apparently, this is going to be his last role acting. Is Avengers Doomsday. Oh, everybody grab onto something because those trees are going to stop. Can somebody explain to me how a group of trees, right, hiding behind one, is going to save you from something falling to the earth from outer space at terminal velocity and impacting next to you? Just the shockwave from the force will pull your intestines out of your anus. It makes no sense. None at all. Yeah, you better cry, lady.
The night before our wedding.
The night before. Oh my God. Hold on a second. I didn't realize this. Hold on. She's confessing to him. The night before our wedding, what?
The night before our wedding. My dad took you aside.
Oh my God. She slept with the bride's father. So, let me get this straight now. Her husband slept with her father the night before the wedding. He took him aside and did bad things with him. We don't even have to. That's it. I didn't sign up for this, guys. I'm skipping to the next one. What do we got?
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until
well that.
So fast.
Oh my goodness. Oh God.
That used to be me and my husband before I discovered this treatment.
Oh, sign me up.
Hello, old friend. I'm in a town called Rondo.
Hello, old friend. I'm in a town called Rondo. Yeah, no, that movie is not good. Undertone, not scary. There's the rip. Digger. The sheep detective. Yeah, I think that's a big skip. Apex is a big skip. Send help. Yeah, nope. The only thing you can, I'll send you $5 if you don't put that movie out. Normal. That sucked. The Strangers, Chapter 3. My God, Chapter 2 was bad enough. Don't make another sequel. God, please don't. We got one that this one's going to be a hit. Eugene's going to write the music to it. It's called Killer Whale. And he's going to feature these two girls in his video, and they're going to be riding the whale and having fun with it. And they're at like they're at SeaWorld, and then cue Eugene's music right now. Right, Eugene could write a banger to this. There it is. There's Eugene's music. See, Eugene, you're famous. All right, I have to mute that. I'm probably going to get knocked for that. I don't know whose music that actually is, but it's not Eugene's, and I don't have permission to use it. Oh, she's chilling, and here comes Jaws. No, wait, it's just an orca. It's okay. They don't actually eat humans, just seals and stuff like that. Apparently, this orca, though, didn't get that memo, and he's clearly dragging this man under the water and doing bad things to him. And that's a pretty big orca. Like, I mean, that thing's like twice the size of a normal orca. He must have swam through some radiation or something. Oh my goodness. Guys, I know why this orca's gone nuts and is killing people. They just showed it right here in the trailer. I need to point this out to everybody. Right? It's coming. Here it is.
Never killed a human in the wild.
Up here we go. There it is right there. This is why this orca is wiping everybody out. It's not a female orca. This is a male orca, and he's got floppy fin syndrome. He's got fin dysfunction. This poor thing can't get his fin up. This is what's going on. This is what's wrong. That's it. They must have made fun of him when he was in captivity for having a floppy fin, and this is what happens. Then he starts eating people. They're gonna go to the rocks instead of the shore. You know, it's a good thing one of you swam one way and the other one swam, because I would have let this chick go to the rocks, and then I would have just started paddling the other way as fast as I could while she was swimming. Like, I would have gotten out of the water and been like, "Ha, sucker, got you to go to the rocks. I'm going to shore and getting help, or just, you know what, bye, bitch," and leaving you there. Oh, but no, what did she do? She goes over to the rocks too. Very nice, mister. Very nice. Would it be called Stranger Things at that point? Oh, look at it. Wait, hold on. Is she missing her leg? I just noticed that. She's crawling on that dirt. Is she missing a leg?
We are going to get through this.
No, you're not. You're not getting through it. Yeah, look at this. Guys, see this right here? She didn't swim quick enough. But you know what? There's sand. She can rub some sand on it and just walk it off. I'm thinking if she just rubs a little sand on there and walks it off, she'll be all right. Like, I hate to tell you this, lady. I don't even know what you are trying to pull yourself onto the beach for. If you are missing your from your knee down has just been taken off of you, the amount of blood loss within probably a 2-minute period it'd be over. You already would be dead. Like you wouldn't be able to crawl. It'd already be gone. Like your life's over. Unless you got something to tie it off with, which, you know, I didn't see her removing her top and trying to tie off her stump. Legolas. Wait, so now all of a sudden they go underwater and they're playing the cello underwater. So they're going to lure the yeah, well, you didn't swim fast enough because obviously that thing's sucking you back in. Let's see, relationship goals. Have no interest in that. This one, what the hell, dude? I don't want to hear what your song is, you goof.
Imagine being able to build an
What the hell, dude? They gave me another ad after an ad. This actually looks interesting, believe it or not. You got Nicolas Cage playing John Madden.
Only one John Madden. They didn't make another one.
It's only one John Madden. They didn't make another one. Thank you, Christian Bale.
He is one of a kind. Football wouldn't be football without him.
I have no idea where we are, who we are, where we're coming from, or who we're throwing to.
Very interesting.
There's a guy over there. If he runs, he goes faster. The Testament of Anna Lee. Yeah, that looked terrible too. Agatha Christie, Seven Dials. Not interested. And last but not least, Midnight. So we watched all these. I have a rare condition called XP syndrome. Well, that chick's done playing video games, especially RPGs. I'll tell you that much. What's up, Rebel? How are you, brother? You guys are too kind. Thank you for coming in, making jokes, watching this goofy stuff with me, and smashing the like button. I should get back to the damn painting. Windows XP with extra clippy. You know, don't suggest it. Bill Gates might implement it into the next version of Windows. Clippy's back in Windows XP. XP XE, and he's angry. All right, so that was, man, that we knocked through a whole bunch of movie trailers. Let's see, new movie trailers in Hindi, because I know all about. We would all like to watch the trailer of the. Wait, hold on. New movie trailers 2026 in Hindi. Wait, is he speaking in Hindi on this?
All that stuff that only exists.
Oh no, it's just the damn same thing. Not that. Screw that. All right, let's see what we got. Shadow of Maul, Popeye the Sailor Man. Let's see. Watch My Love Die. That's 2025. Wood Nuts. What? This was 2 weeks ago. It's 28 minutes. Let's see what they got in this listing of movie trailers. Oh, look, guys. It's a battleship. Makes me want to play that game. Because I know I want to be old-timey and on the sea and hanging out with Bob. Bob's drunk on that ship right there. Right now, Bob he kicked somebody in the nuts, and then they fired off those shots. Just FYI.
There's some shit that's about to come down.
Yeah, all right, what's this one?
That I can't prepare you for. It's gonna I'll try to give you everything you ever wanted. But in the end, it will all be a lie.
Oh, this is have fun, good game or whatever.
Are you even listening to me? This saves the fucking world.
You know, this one might actually be okay. Sam Rockwell, I think his name is in it. Good luck, have fun, I think it's called. Looks like this might actually be alright.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
Your entire lives have been building this.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Eugene, you should use this trailer and just write music and put it right over the trailer. Like, you maybe you'd make this like a cool video. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know if it's killer AI or what. Oh.
This doesn't happen.
All right, so we saw this one. This is The Wrecking Crew. Well, we didn't see this one because we'd already seen this movie like a dozen times. We just watched this. Did somebody take the other dude's like video and just like reprint it? I felt his warmth. Yes, yes, tell them, Thor. Thor will return in Avengers Doomsday. Steve Rogers will return in Avengers Doomsday.
I owe you an apology. You begged for me to let you die.
And instead, I sodomized you. This is that Robin Hood movie, Legend of Robin Hood or whatever. Yeah, this is not broken into actual chunks, and as a matter of fact, it's replaying because I'm looking ahead as I fast forward. Here's that Steve Rogers trailer we just watched. You guys suck. You get a downvote. Yeah, like, dude, let's look at these comments. Same trailers over and over again. Nothing new here. Greenland 2 Migration. This guy's breaking down everything. Let's see. World Breaker, Dracula, Fallout Season 2, Normal, Street Fighter. These movies are supposed to be early April Fool's jokes, and they're terrible ones except for Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. Is he the villain in Aquaman? Too many spoilers. 2026 will be amazing. You have 2026 will be amazing, and right below it, if these movies are supposed to be early April Fool's jokes, then they're terrible ones. Good night, Stranded. Thanks for hopping in. Yeah, I think this one's a hard moviegasm.com. You guys got a downvote. I'm not subscribed to you. You obviously suck. What the? That's Jason Momoa right here as Blanca. How long ago? This is a month ago. All right, they had Supergirl in this one. It looks like. I'm just going right to this kinocheck.com. I'm not subscribing to you though, dude. Not, at least not yet. What's this? New Kratos and God of War series. Godzilla -0. What is this? Best upcoming. Let's go right into your videos. Let's look at your latest. So everybody make sure you check these guys out. These guys, you guys, hold on. I'm going to do that for you because I'm sitting there and looking at your stuff. Invincible Season 4, Masters of the 56 Days. Oh boy, that looks bad. Star Wars Maul, Shadow Lord. Night Agent. I'm Not Guilty, Seen Mercy. Yeah, I forgot about Mercy's coming out. I don't think that one's going to be that great. Outlander. Avatar 4, The Beauty. The Beauty? Is this the one that who was saying this in the chat about like people injecting themselves and everybody becomes like a supermodel? Is this the movie you were talking about? The Beauty? Rebecca Hall. Yeah, Ashton Kutcher. This is what you were talking about, where people are injecting themselves. Let's give this one a spin. Thank you, Kino Check. We appreciate you.
World's greatest goddamn advertisement.
Holy shit, it's Mister.
New super drug that makes you effortlessly beautiful.
Every night I pray for your death.
Can we play some yacht rock?
You're not sure who said it originally? Yeah, it is the... Okay. Oh, it's on FX. It's a show.
This real life. One simple injection to become a beauty.
Are there side effects?
This is the closest to the fountain of youth anyone's ever gonna get.
Yeah, you know...
The beauty...
I'm not going to lie. This actually doesn't look terrible. This actually doesn't look that bad.
It's been mutating out in the wild.
We go to market in 6 months. Fix the bugs.
That's it, you know, but the only thing is, I know it's Ashton Kutcher in that role. It's not Mister. Mister slapping somebody like that, their teeth fall out of their face. Like just instant, you need a dentist immediately. And
It's gone from international virus to murder.
We're gonna fix this. We're gonna find a cure.
It's an STD that people will actually want.
Wait a minute, what? Did he just say it was an STD that people actually want? That's interesting. All right, yeah, that one it might need a watch. Let's see what we got. Euphoria, I have no interest in. How to Make a Killing. The Alpha destroys everyone. 28 years later, yeah, no. They made a TED TV show. What the? The Bluff. I will show this one off. I'm interesting because they show Barack works in it.
Oh, before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
A PDF file? Quick, pull up the Epstein list. And we just click it in there. All right, here we go.
At first they were merely a rumor.
Mr. Number 3.
Whisper. They are Baroque works.
Oh, Mrs. All Day Sunday. Miss All Day Sunday. A.K.A. Nico Robin, who will join the crew at the end of this arc.
They're an organization of assassins.
So Robin's power, her devil fruit power, she makes limbs grow in people and attack them. That's why you're seeing these extra arms popping out and like, you know, dude stabbed himself in the gun and all that because she makes arms pop out on people and like legs and all kinds of shit. I got a One Piece for you, all right?
It's the absence of hope. You will never find the One Piece.
My friends. Together.
There's nothing we can't take on.
So you're a captain of the Straw Hat Pirates?
I mean, what gave it away? The straw hat on his head? Could that be it?
Monkey D. Luffy.
Monkey D. Luffy.
You're unstoppable. But your friends aren't made of rubber.
unstoppable!
Now's my turn.
Good luck.
I don't know why it took them 3 years to get that out, though. It's my only issue. If you're going to do One Piece, they need to film like 4 seasons of it right now, just do them back to back to back to back before the cast starts aging. Because they're not going to look young forever. Let's take a look. How to Make a Killing, Euphoria, The Bluff. Lee Cronin's The Mummy. What? Isn't Hers, Crime 101, new Wolverine film. Oh, this is their news. Make sure you check them out, and you can get their news from them. Don't Die, Wrecking Crew, Undertone. There's that monkey movie I watched the other day that was just like, if you thought it was a serial killer monkey, it pretty much was. It was a monkey with rabies that just wrecked a whole bunch of people. It was kind of neat. Well, actually, it was stupid, but it was exactly what it was advertised as, so I wasn't mad at it. It wasn't a great movie. Beauty, Wonder Man. This looks like absolute dog shit. Stranger Things Season 5, the hidden episode. Just kidding, just kidding. I forgot they're coming out with a new Malcolm in the Middle. I think that's pretty much like most of the good stuff that's coming up this year so far that they've announced and made trailers for. Because now we're into like Sisu 2. God, I wish I could have figured a way to play the entire movie and let you guys see it and not get hit with copyright strikes, but I haven't figured it out yet. Like, we could technically do it on Discord, but yeah, like I said, I'm really not feeling that input on Discord. I wonder if they'll ding me if I just show a scene from a movie.
Shepherds we shall be, for thee, my lord, for thee. Power hath descended forth from thy hand. Our feet may swiftly carry out thy command.
And which will deliver forth to thee, and teeming with soul shall it ever be. In nome di Patria Filii, Spiritus Sancti. Oh no, I can't play anymore. Pause. All right. Back to reality and painting. Let's actually put some paint on this damn thing. Let's see what I'm doing with it. Yeah, so I mean, damn. There's some good stuff coming out. Let me grab a paper real quick. I gotta put paper in my wet palette. It's funny I'm putting the paper in there because I'm not even going to use the wet palette off the rip. Okay, cool, mister. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, brother. Always appreciate you being here. But yeah, like I said, Hollywood is kind of dead. I think Stranded had said that, right? Like, I don't know. Hollywood is kind of done. It is definitely kind of done. So let's get this out of the way. All right. Time to start sorting out yellow pieces because they are getting primed over again in white as best I can without trying to hit too much of the black. Need to grab my other tablets. I get some color scheme going. Maybe I'll do a breakdown on some of the game trailers coming out too, but there's not many game trailers that I really care about if I'm being honest. Unfortunately. Let me see. Let's get a good full body of Sinestro. I should just grab some comic books. I've got like a whole Sinestro run. I've got the Sinestro Core Wars, like all of it. So okay, can I just go to this damn page, please? Superhero fandom, huh? I could also do the blue suit Sinestro, which is the old school one. But the newer Sinestro is what we're looking at here. One of the important things, his suit is actually fucking white. It looks like the padding on his legs is all black too, but that can't be right. Looks like his boots are yellow. Let me see. That doesn't feel right to me for some reason. Like it feels off. He's got so much padding. It feels like his legs should be yellow as well. Part of his legs. Let me see. Does he have a running stripe? Like that's all black. It's gonna look like shit if his legs stay black like that. Trying to figure out if this guy took the Berserk, the modeler, took his inspiration from a New 52 version of Sinestro, or let me see. Let me hit in Sinestro New 52, because if he took it from the New 52, he's going to look slightly different. No, every picture I've got of him, every picture, his legs are black, even with the pads in there. Very, very odd. See, there's one from the back. Yeah, even from the back, he's black. Let's see, what is that? Art FX from New 52, huh? So this is one, this is actually a professionally done model. This isn't the, oh look, GAM made a pretty painting model. Sells for $60. And yeah, no, I'm not digging it. I'm feeling the gold. Maybe I will do his suit and his boots in gold. Now that I'm looking at it. The gold does make it pop. It's got a nice yellow. I'm going to have to find the appropriate gold for it. I can't use like new gold or bronze. Let me see. What do we got? Sinestro statue. That one's only 35. Yeah, they have it in gold. It's actually got like a gold glow to them. Kind of feeling that. I go white on it. But I mean, if that's the case, then I might want to keep them black, like actual Sinestro black. And then go to the other pieces in crazy ass yellows. Let me see what we got. No, that's that same crappy one. Yellow Lantern Power Ring statue. Yeah. They show one picture and then they list you to a different site and it's just absolute crap tabular. Like it's the same statue over and over again. I mean, that one, they definitely, the way they did his mustache, he looks a bit like a famous German. Just saying. Yeah, that's actually, I never realized that before. So he's basically gold up top on his arms. So we're going to keep all that. We're going to take these parts, put them aside. Get his boots out of. We're going to get Sinestro Prime out of there. Including his chest. I mean, he does have the... He's got double inset divots, though, down to that Y. So this would be the gold. This part right here is the gold. But then he's got these extra little pieces. Huh. You know what? I need to look at something else for reference real quick. Make sure I grab the right mouse and use my other computer. I'm going to go to the actual artist that made it and go look at how the way I think he did a render of it. So I'm going to see how he looks. Oh, man. This guy did it where it's yeah, that's what I thought. He did it where he did it like basically a black and white on his skull. He never painted it. All right. Looks like we're going comic book reference on this shit then. I don't want to fuck Sinestro up. So give me Sinestro New 52 cover. Want to look at the covers from some of these books. We're going to take a look through. This is from the actual comics. That one, he looks like he definitely is having Taco Tuesday on that poor woman's head. It's a pretty good Sinestro right there. And he pops. Does look like his suit might be gold in this too. All right, we can use that as the reference for Sinestro. Sinestro definitely, like, it's weird. He's got these extra stripe lines and such on him, which I don't know why. I mean, the back is correct. Shoulders, all that are correct. I just don't understand, because this should be gold, that should be gold, and then the strip running down the middle's gold. But why do you have it inlaid with extra on the uniform? It's odd choice. And then parallax in the base. This all goes together and becomes one giant ass flame. This stuff all has to get turned white. Let's see if I can build this real quick. Okay, I know that goes there, that goes there. There is, oh, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't want to hold together right. You know what, I'm going to do this right now to get it knocked out. If I can actually find one of the glues that is good. Oh, let me see, can I just twist off the top of this glue? Of course not. This glue is frozen. Parallax hand. I knew I had another glue around here. And this one's actually accessible. We are going to just put this shit right together. Where I start painting. I want to see how bad my gapping is and stuff and all that. Damn, the Sonic is hitting me. Hitting me right in the guts. I'm starting to get bubble guts. Because that is my fun story of the day, guys. The wife and I decided to get Sonic. And we pull in. You know, we're shopping. We're about half hour away from home. She's like, hey, you know what? Let's get Sonic. It'll be a treat for dinner. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, you know what? You don't have, neither of us have to cook. That sounds like a good idea, good plan. All that. We pull in, we order, and then we're told to pull up and park. So we pull up and we park. And we wait, and we wait, and we wait longer, and it's now 10 minutes have gone by. We're sitting there waiting for our food. Like, what the fuck? 15 minutes go by. We're like, what is going on here? 20 minutes go by, and this girl, nice young girl, kid, comes out, and she's just like, it gives us a coupon for some money off something. She says, I'm so sorry about the wait. We're like, what's going on? She's like, the guy in the truck that's ahead of you put in a big order. We're like, okay. 40 minutes go past, and she comes out with our food. She walks over to the truck. Now there's a whole line behind us of people that have formed. And we're like, what the? So my wife says to her when she comes up to the window, here's your food and all that. She's like, I'm so sorry about the wait. And you could tell, like, she looked like she was about to cry. And we're like, what happened? She goes, that guy, my wife's like, what did that guy order? What was his big order? She goes, he ordered the number 5s, 5 of the number 5s, which are triple American burgers. She goes, he ordered for every one of his burgers 7 extra patties on each of them. So right there, that's 10 burger patties, right? On those number 5s. Times 5, that's 50 hamburger patties. Then he ordered, I think it was 5 orders of the chili cheese fries. He ordered, it was like 10 double cheeseburgers and then 7 extra patties on them. We're like, holy, like when I got done counting, I was like, it was like 120 hamburger patties total or something like that this dude ordered. So they were sitting in there trying to crank them out. And it was just like, we're like, the kid looked like she's about to cry. And when she finished reading off what he got, we're like, what an asshole. And she's like, yeah, thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you for understanding. We're like, yeah, no problem. But yeah, if you're going to go through a drive-through or fast food or whatever, like, and it was just one dude, this fat dude in a truck. Like, it wasn't like he had a whole family with him. Or we're like, what the fuck are you going to do with all those hamburger patties? Like, who goes to a fast food place and orders that much food? It's like he was getting it for like a school or something. It was just insane. All right, let's get the airbrush set up. All this stuff's got to get re-primed into white. Dude, I'm starting to get the sonic blast in my guts. I'll tell you that much. Like, it was good. You know, all my food was like fresh, hot, and tasty. We had to wait forever for it, but I almost missed streaming. Well, didn't miss completely streaming, but I almost got here late as hell. Like, I almost didn't start at 8 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, that's a major no-no. You know, I give other streamers hell about them starting their shows late on a pretty damn consistent basis. And I'm just like, I don't want to be that guy who's like, oh, yeah, you know, you're an asshole to your audience if you don't show up on time, and then just not show up on time for mine. Like, what a dick. Who the hell does that? Well, GAM does, apparently. This primer is thickened for some reason. Let's see what I got. I got to use my rump shaker. This is cool. I've never gotten a chance to use these before, as you can tell by the dust on the top of the container and the actual BBs. 2 BBs. Use the BBs, they agitate everything. Shake the hell out of this. So yeah, Reb, I had said this on the past 2 shows. I don't know if you had caught it at all. I stopped I stopped talking about politics and religion. Because it's gotten to a point where I'm going to get myself in trouble talking about it because of the stuff that'll come out of my mouth. I don't know if you had caught that or not. Make sure we got flow. Looks like we got a little bit of flow, but I'm not getting paint yet. There we go. I got paint now. Oh, I got spray paint. Oh my goodness. It's like my airbrush caught some Taco Bell. Yeah, that must be unshaken paint that's still stuck in there. That's going to clog up this airbrush bad. That's going to look like shit. Let's get that off of there. That's a lot of excess. I don't know what jammed it. I must have gotten like a chunk of the white in there. Yeah, I'm getting a not a good mix. I gotta start on these flames that I'm not too worried about because they're just gonna keep getting covered and covered and covered. All right, let's get that with a clean real quick. So, what else is going on, guys? Anything? I didn't even set up Discord tonight, so that's why you're not hearing Bob or Rogue or Smurf or anybody else in. Not like they're available or around anyway. But yeah, just me. And trying to have some kind of fun. You know, take the piss out of He-Man. try and take the, you know, like just looking at He-Man going, oh God. Just I don't know. I am starting to think more and more Hollywood might be functionally dead. All right, that looks like proper mix. All right, yeah, we're getting better airflow and flow and paint. But it's still spotty as shit for primer. I'm getting some heavy chunk in there. I'm getting like heavy paint black. Feel like I almost need to mix in more airbrush thinner. But this stuff's supposed to be pre-prepped airbrush primer. That's not good. Yeah, guys, what else is going on? What else have I been missing out on? Any other kind of fun things in the world of games, comics, movies, nerd culture? Nerds. People probably don't keep up on nerd stuff anymore. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your paint up. I wonder if these stainless steel ball bearings are reusable. See, that bothers me right there. Why is it? That just scared the shit out of me. I thought I dropped my airbrush with a full thing of paint onto the ground. I didn't. It was just my damn earphones. Why is that barely coming out? Very odd. I know I am never going through this company again that we got this primer from. I couldn't find it on Amazon, so I went through a secondary site. And yeah. I almost feel like I should mix my own white primer, because this stuff is chunky like a monkey at this point. Not going on very smooth. It's even worse not drying fast. Like, I don't have this issue with the other bottles of Vallejo primer, and I know they make a good product. But same thing, like, I had ordered neon blues, and they came out kind of shitty too. Yeah, there's something wrong with this primer. Like, I think it's jammed my gun. Or starting to. I mean, I can kind of work with it, but I don't know. Shouldn't have to feather my trigger as much. This should just be straight up shoot. I'm going to give it like hardcore air. Let's see if I can't get that shit blowing out of there. Damn, even with full blast. Yeah, that shit's jammed. Fuck you, you bastards. That's terrible. That's just awful. I'm going to clean out the airbrush completely, and I'm going to mix up my own white prime. Because, yeah, this pre-mix or whatever. The other Vallejo that I've got gray and I've got black. And I've never had this issue with either of them. It's just this one that I got through the mail. This one sucks. The other stuff I went out and bought right out of the store. Yeah, this is atrocious. This is bad. Like, it looks like I spilled milk all over my damn airbrush at this point. My airbrush was spotless before I started this one. Like, I actually cleaned it up. Which, after I'm done painting tonight, I'll try out my wife's. My wife had gotten me this thing that you put your airbrush in, and it basically uses sonic waves to clean the brush in water. This is bad. Oh yeah. Release my. Let me get to my needle release. This thing definitely, it just jammed everything. Like all the way to the back of the gun. Look at this. It jammed everything. Like really, really bad. Really, 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 really terrible. I mean, bad. Like, yeesh. Yeesh. Needle's good. Needle's good. I don't know what the hell. What was up with that? Q-tips. Like this shit stuck to the airbrush. At least with the black, I can kind of see it. The white, you can't. Can't see it on the Q-tip, can't see it on the paper, so it's like you're scrubbing, but you're not entirely sure. Get that water in there. Sorry, guys. Finally start painting and immediately blow up the airbrush. It's like being a mechanic and, you know, you get the engine purring and next thing you know, you throw a rod. Look at that shit. Damn. I feel like I'm pulling pus out of a zit. Fuck. Fortunately, I have the tools to wipe this out, but just the fact that I have to on some primer, especially premix primer, and like not cheap primer either. It's Vallejo. Like this was $12.99 for this bottle, and that's my gray primer. This shit. Yeah. 60 milliliters. What was this? This is 200. I think that was like $8 for that little bottle. And it was dog shit. So I'm going to have to look up the name of the manufacturer. Not manufacturer because it wasn't Vallejo's fault. But whatever company I got that from, bitch about it because some inferior fucking product. And Vallejo does not make inferior product. Not that I've ever seen. Clean through this. Damn it. I got the shaking my fucking hands too. We must be getting a storm soon. My hands are off the chart shaky. It's usually when cold weather comes in, they get shit all jacked up. Something with the cold weather, it tightens up like muscles in my neck, compresses those two nerves because of the fucked up discs, and makes it hard to control my hands. Not fun. Oh shit, really? What are the snow totals at now? Like, I don't even, like, it looked like we were getting snow, possibly ice, because of where we're at, but I don't know. All I know is I told my wife, like, let's go shopping, get it done. So this way, if the weekend's not jacked up, you get we got a weekend to like kind of chill. But if it is all jacked up, you know, we don't, especially here because of how bad ice. If it snows, it's even worse than the ice in a lot of cases for us. Let's see. I know Friday and well no. What's today? Today's the 22nd. Actually, yeah. So Friday and Saturday, that's when I get my loyalty reward. So it's going to be interesting to see what I get this time out. Oh, that ain't good. Must have shut the Mac valve. I did. Just using some water right now and blowing through any shit that was still left in there. It feels like that airway's back to open. The paint flow should be back to open too then at that point. Do we know, does anybody know where the next major snowfall is? Like, who's supposed to get hit the hardest, where it's going to be ugly? I mean, I'll die laughing if it's Minnesota. All right, let's see what we got. Cold white. My airbrush thinner. I make my own damn primer in this, right in the bowl. That should be more than enough. Mix her up, si, senor. Three watching. Who watches the watch GAM? look at that. I did my own fucking mix, and that's much better than that shit that was priming before. Much, much better, much cleaner. Actually getting coating on it now. She looks so pretty. I don't even think you can see, if I remember correct, I was mad because you can't even see Sinestro's symbol in here. So I don't even know why I'm painting it, but I am. I definitely want to get a good prime on this, though. More prime, better pop will get off the yellows. Yeah, see how that's like, well, now you guys can see, kind of. I put my hand in the way, knock all the stuff in the background out, how it looks runny and like shitty. With that primer I just used, which is professional primer. Now I'm using the primer that I mixed in the bowl myself. Look how smooth this glass that shit is. I think I ripped off. I should have just mixed my own fucking primer. I got used to it from when I was using all the folk art paints. Getting it to a certain consistency, making it look right. I mean, if that's all you got is folk art paint, nothing wrong with that. You don't have to go out and buy fancy paints. I've actually gotten some really decent paint jobs off of 89-cent bottle of paint. Now, granted, you know, Vallejo, my God, I'm always more and more impressed with them because of how tight the pigment is, how smooth the paint blows on. They're definitely my go. Like I don't even know how I painted before I had them at this point. You know, I don't have to do 10 coats on something. One good run across it, nice even coating, and covers it very nicely. Yeah, I mean, I'm still working off that 1 cup of the paint too. Like I didn't even, like 1 cup of the paint. I've already got this hand pretty much primed. Most of this big ass flame primed. That gap is concerning though. Probably fix that. I don't know if I really need to. Oh shit. I gotta be careful that ain't dry yet. Most of that gap will be hidden. That's all together if I remember correct. So I did measure this out ahead of time. Yeah, your governor signed one too. Which state are you in, Reb? If you don't mind me asking. If not, you can say get fucked, GAM. I ain't telling you where I live. I haven't seen any emergency decrees here, but then again, I'm also Carolina and in the southern hemisphere of Carolina. So I don't think we were going to get the worst of it anyway. I know, like, Midwest is really supposed to get ramrodded. Oh, Parallax, you little demon. I'm painting this the same color as the ground in the area you guys live in. Okay, I'll take a look at that right. Let me look at my other computer real quick. Turn away from my mic, Brad. Discord. Dear Lord, Eugene just posted like a whole bunch of stuff, and he's like, "I got to move out of Virginia, brother. You weren't doing well in Virginia to begin with. You should have left a while ago. What the hell? Run, get out, run, go somewhere. I don't know where. Just go, bro." Oh, I see you with the Lars Ulrich Funko Pop in the background there, Reb. Gamora and Nebula, did you actually get them signed or did they come signed? Sorry, I'm a pop nerd, so. Yeah, that's really the Spider-Man's really cool. The webbing in particular on that thing, it looks like they used clear resin, which they don't make in the water washable kind, which is why I don't do stuff in clear. There's been a couple of occasions where it kind of called for me to do stuff in clear resin. I've got clear red, clear blue, and clear green. As a matter of fact, there's pieces for Atrocitus that are blood that I was supposed to print out and haven't yet. Probably going to do that right before I start working on him. But that's awesome. That's actually like very tight paint job. They definitely got the right color reds, right color blues. Pretty good line work in the legs. That's a very nice piece. Are you actually like a pop collector too? I'm curious if you are a pop collector. So I've got every iteration of Joker that they've made for pops. I mean, they're not my most valuable. Well, actually, I've got one that there's only one of 10. Like it's only 10 of them were made or whatever. I opened it up and we're like, me and my wife said it. She's like, yeah, I think the actual paint job looks better than the variant. I'm like, yeah, I agree. And then we opened it up and it was the fucking variant. So I'm like, well, I got the one of 10 of them or something like that they put out. It's like a golden version of the pop made with actual gold. But the only Jokers I don't have, Conan O'Brien is the Joker, I think it was, and Freddie Funko as the Joker. Those are the only two Funko Pops I don't have of the Joker. Everything else I have. Nice. Yeah, and you got a signed Ozzy, dude. Yeah, that thing. It's like I know people have signed Stan Lee's, and it's like, in a way, it's awesome. You got that piece of iconography and history, right? But at the same point in time, it also always makes me sad because it's like, yeah, that person's gone. You can never, like especially somebody like Stan Lee who was actually kind to his fans. He wasn't like, even in his old age, he wasn't a grouchy old dickhead. and would talk to fans for hours apparently and all that kind of stuff. And Ozzy's always a heartbreaker because, you know, he may have been the Prince of Darkness and all this other shit and had this whole persona about him. But you watch like the Osbournes when that was on MTV, like that whole TV series, and he seemed like a genuine good human being. Like he seemed like drugs definitely did a number on that dude, but he seemed like an actual like meat and potatoes good guy at heart. So it's always sad when we lose iconic people. Well, that was me with what's his name? Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger died before the Joker role came out and made me cry. I was like, damn, dude. Can you imagine if he died in that role he did sucked? Like, I always think about that because we showed the trailer for Street Fighter earlier, right? And Raul Julia, the last movie that he was like was on the big screen and all that stuff that he did was the Street Fighter movie. He was actually M. Bison in it, and like the movie was terrible. And it was like, man, that's a hell of a way. You like you have a pretty great career as an actor all the way through. You get to the end of and die, and your last role is just dog shit. Like, oh, and it wasn't his fault either. He worked with what he had, but there wasn't much there to work with. But yeah, Heath Ledger dying made me cry. Hey, because he was like I guess part of the reason was because I argued with so many people with the Dark Knight. It's true. Like if you catch up with people that I worked at with, in GameStop or whatever, they were breaking my fucking balls. They're like, you really think Heath Ledger? Oh my God, Knight's Tale, 10 Things I Hate About. I think it was 10 Things I Hate About You, right? Was that the name of that movie? He did like the high school chick movie. And they're like, that dude, the Joker, he's going to be fucking terrible, blah, blah. I'm like, no, man, he's going to pull it off. And I was like, Christian Bale is the perfect Batman, and it's going to be great. And they're like, nah, he's going to suck. And then he died. And I was like, oh. Oh, and then the movie came out, and he's still my favorite Joker. I mean, he wasn't just. You got to give credit to Heath Ledger for embodying the character, right? Creating like the iconic when he's talking, he's just dragging his voice and he's very creepy, right? You got to give him all that kind of stuff and studying how nutty psychopaths and all that in mental institutions are. And you got to give him all this credit, but you also got to give credit to Christopher Nolan. Because Christopher Nolan let him do all that and also made a movie where the Joker was just pure chaos. Like when they, look at David Ayers with Jared Leto doing the Joker in Suicide Squad. Right? You look at that version of the Joker and he tried to catch different stuff like Mad Love out of the comics with Joker and Harley. And it was like, it was okay, but the Joker wouldn't do shit like tattoo himself at all, ever. Right? It's little things like that. He tried to play the Joker like he was actually like he was a white gangster, but not a gangster like old school mafioso gangster. Gangster like, NWA listening, Ice Baby kind of gangster, and it just didn't work. You know, I think that is part of the problem with Hollywood. It's not that there's not great actors out there. There really are. There are some iconic, like Mads Mikkelsen to me is one of those actors that I didn't even. He was never really on my radar. I was just like, oh, you mean the weird dude from James Bond? Until I saw the series Hannibal, where he played Hannibal Lecter, and I was like, yo, fuck Anthony Hopkins. This dude actually is Hannibal Lecter. Like, he's still to this day is the best version of Hannibal Lecter I've ever seen. Like, he owns that character. Anthony Hopkins was creepy as Hannibal Lecter. This dude embodied him. That's pretty. It's difficult to do when you're not a psychopath, you know? But the way he played him with like no emotion to him and everything else, that's the whole thing. That's the key to a psychopath. They don't know human emotion. Like they can't understand it, so they don't ever project it. And instead, the way Hannibal Lecter in the show, like Hannibal projects it, Mads Mikkelsen projects it, it seems like it's just because of his professionalism. But, you know, anybody who knows who Hannibal Lecter is, you know, the audience knows that it's because he can't show his emotion at all. Like he naturally just can't. No matter how much he studies humans, you can't mimic it. It's just one of those things that, you know, like, I know there's a fight scene where Hannibal Lecter's fighting the one other psychopath in there, and the two of them aren't even like making faces while they're fighting. They're just fighting, and it's like, yeah, because there wouldn't be emotion. There's no rage, no anger. It's an emotionless fight. Silence of the Lambs was actually a great movie. I read Red Dragon, I read Silence of the Lambs, and I read Hannibal. The book is definitely, you know, the books are always better than the movies and all that. The one book that I picked up, well, I started to read it. It was called Hannibal Rising, and I got through 2 chapters, and I was like, nah, I'm not feeling this, because it went back into his history, and it was like not the Nazis came and did shit with his sister, and I was just like, I don't know about this book. The pencil trick is man, it's iconic. That's the introduction to the character. The Joker, the way that Christopher Nolan introduced the Joker in that movie was masterful. You understood the entirety of that character just from that first interaction. Actually, from the bank heist, you understood the Joker immediately. He is chaos that has a loose plan that may or may not work, but either way, he's going to make it work because he thrives in chaos. Whereas he likes to say he's an agent of chaos. You know? And that's just it. To me, that's the epitome of the Joker is he can walk down the street, he can walk past 23 people, and the 24th person he passes, he just turns around and shoots them for no reason and keeps walking. And it's like, well, why, if you were to ask him, why did you shoot that 24th person? Because I could. There's no rhyme, no reason. It's random. It's why Batman, while he can foil the Joker's plans and stuff, has so much difficulty foiling the Joker's plans. Because it's random. There's no logical sense in it. There's never any logical sense in it. And Batman's very methodical. He's a detective, so he's got to break everything down methodically. He's order. It's chaos and order. And one can't exist without the other. And yeah, to me, that's the way you should be doing these characters. You should be doing them where you're not insulting the people that have read them in the comics forever. And you're also not insulting people in the real world who have never read a comic. You're just capturing the actual essence of the character, and you're putting it on. Well, it used to be celluloid. Now it's digital media or whatever. You're catching them on film, for lack of a better word. And that's the problem with superhero movies, is they started popping them out on such a consistent basis, and instead, it's also what happened in the comics, and instead of defining the superhero by the trials, tribulations, and hardships that they go through, the villains that they have to fight, and the strength of those villains, and just how smart the villain is, the better the villain, the better the hero. They define each other. So if you've got a shit villain, usually the hero sucks too. You have to have a villain that is just as good, if not better, than the hero in a lot of cases. You could actually make a case that the villain is actually the star of the comic. Copycat? You never saw Copycat? Copycat had Sigourney Weaver in it. And Sigourney Weaver plays a profiler, right? Like an FBI profiler. And she's teaching courses and hunting down serial killers in the beginning of the movie. Like, teaching classes on how to catch a serial killer, all this. And then a serial killer takes her and does bad things to her. And she ends up locking herself in the house. Like, she gets I can't remember what it's called. It's not acrophobia. It's the phobia of going out of your house. So she's like terrified to leave the house. She'll have an immediate anxiety attack and breakdown. And there's a new serial killer, and she's got a guide, like a new recruit, on how to catch this new serial killer. It's actually worth watching, though. I mean, it's Sigourney Weaver. Sigourney Weaver, she's also one of those actresses where every now and again she might be in a stinker of a movie, but she doesn't suck as an actress. So whatever movie she's in, she's usually pretty damn good. Even if the movie's not good, Sigourney Weaver's good in the movie. Thank God I'm going over this in white, because this would have taken me all night to go over it in yellow. What? Set down my airbrush real quick. I forgot my finger condoms. When someone asks me how white I am, I just show them my fingernail after priming something in white. I'm that white. Roach clips. Yeah, Copycat's definitely a good one. They only give me 4 of these things? What a bunch of dicks. Should have given me like a whole bunch. Yeah, I forgot I have like basically the equivalent of a drying rack now. Ting. Another one of these wings. It's going to be a rough spot to hit. I got it. Pegboard it and let it dry. Shit. Drop them. White powder. I actually prefer the black, if I'm being honest, Ian. The white, though, because the primer was kind of goopy and not mixed properly, I switched over and I'm actually using just actual dead white model paint by Vallejo, using some airbrush thinner and doing my own mix and doing my own white prime. It initially, if I'm going over gray, it'll go on one coat. Because I'm going over the black, it's taking like 2 to 3 coats and then having to dry. If I had white primer ahead of time and had done it that way, it probably would have been smarter. But I didn't think of it at the time. I didn't have all the paints when I printed out Sinestro, so I just put them into black. And kind of a mistake, because now I'm having to go over everything and make sure it looks good and all that fun, happy horse stuff. Yeah, the whole thing is getting a nice white prime on here. When I hit it with the yellow, one, it won't take as many coats of yellow as it would if I was going over the black. The big thing, though, is that it'll make the yellow pop brighter. And if I could have done parallax and the base and all this and the flames all in like a yellow resin, like a bright yellow clear resin, I would have done that. They don't make it, unfortunately. Not for the type of resin I get anyway, because I get water washable. So whole thing is regular resin in order to clean it, take it off stuff, or to get the excess resin off and everything else, use isopropyl alcohol directly. And with the water washable, of course, it's water will take the resin off. So you really want to, in my opinion, I've had better results with the water washable. Much easier to clean. If you spill a little bit of it, it's not a big deal. Definitely way easier because you're just changing out water, where, you know, a bottle of alcohol like this, what is this, 32 fluid ounces or 1 quart, right? I would need 7 of these bottles, and they cost about $3 a piece. Like roundabouts $3 to $4 each. So, you know what I mean? Right there, just doing one resin change. I need 7 of those bottles at $4 each. So $28 plus tax. You're looking at like $33 just to clean off models. Or I can just turn on my tap, put water in the damn thing, and wash the resin. The resin itself only costs like a couple bucks more, like $2 or $3 more for the same volume as the other resin. So I found that it is the better way to go. It's a safer. Plus, you don't have to worry about breathing in the fumes when you're in there rinsing off your print, which happens. White powder. White powder. Eugene already clock out? I was waiting for him to tell us if he's doing music. I don't know if he's putting out a new song anytime soon. That's why everybody's on point with it. Because I know he was saying his last song, barely anybody saw it or something. Which, I'll tell you what. YouTube as a whole seems like not as many people are watching it. And it also seems to me like either they're not counting views the same way, something's different with YouTube though. And, you know, I'm not saying just my channel, I'm talking about other channels. Although I did have a fun one, and this one, you could technically call it politics, but it's not. It's about a political commentator. So Ben Shapiro, right? I was wondering about this because I was looking at his videos, and I'm like, okay, he's got like 30K views on this one, which is fucking just terribly low. Then he's got like 329,000 views on this other one. 392,000 views. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how come this one has so little? This one has a bunch. That one has a bunch. I found the answer. So I still get my ads on YouTube. Sometimes I'll be watching something like I'll be watching Sean Ryan. I'll be watching Dave Smith, Part of the Problem, right? Be watching something like this. And out of nowhere, I'll start hearing Ben Shapiro, and I'm like, what the fuck? I look over, and it's an ad playing, and it's actually Ben Shapiro's show playing. So I was like, well, that's fucking really weird. What's up with that? And I'm like, oh, it's an ad. I can hit skip. So I skip past it or whatever. Well, there is an option on your YouTube. Like if you're a YouTube creator, you can pay them money, and it says promote channel or boost channel. What they do is, for $3,000, I think it's like 300,000 views they guarantee you that your video is going to get. If you give them $3,000, they're going to give you this advertisement, and you're going to get 300,000 views at least. It turns out that when that ad comes up and it's showing Ben Shapiro's show, it's actually that day's show, his video, the entirety of it. And then it counts as a view on YouTube. So if you want to cheat your numbers for views, you can actually pay and have them boost your video. So that is what Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire must be in severe fucking trouble, because I see that shit every other day. Like, it'll be a video. And sure enough, those videos, if you go look, like, you listen to what the topic is and then look it up, you will find out exactly what's going on with it. And what is going on with it is he's paying YouTube for views. That is the grimiest shit I've ever heard, to be honest with you. I need to get something to drink. I will be right back, guys. My gun blew through anyway. I got to let this dry off. I'll be right back. So anyway, guys, yeah, I'm back. So I just sent YouTube $3,000. I want 300,000 views now. Get 300,000 views. It's like having 1.1 million subs and getting like 40,000 views average on videos. Go figure that one. Like, not going to happen. Definitely not going to happen. They can kiss my rebellious ass. I'll stick with my, what am I at? Like 20, 30 views. I'll stick with that and be happy with it. I'll stick with the people watching me that are quality. That kind of thing. Versus, would rather have a good, honest audience than a paid for one. To me, that's kind of sad. Because Ben Shapiro really was an important figure at one point in time in the online space. I know, what's that fat butterneck's name? Jeremy Hanley or whatever? Quartering. He is just crying on a constant basis. And like all kinds of different people are crying about AI videos and everybody making AI videos and everybody's watching AI. Well, make content that's more compelling or honest and actual has a human touch to it, has a good message. And maybe people will want to watch your stuff. You know, the whole thing with those AI videos, they're fun. What is going on? 666. Thank you coming in, smashing the like button, saying hi to your favorite honky, GAM. When someone asks you how white you are, you just show them GAM's thumb. Say, that's how white I am. Yeah, it is interesting, 6. I agree. But that's just it. Like, people are crying about AI. Musicians. Oh, well, you don't understand. Everybody's listening to it. Well, start making music that's better than the AI, is honestly human, you know? The voice isn't perfect. This isn't perfect. Because the whole thing is the AI is trying to hit perfection. It's the human flaw, the human imperfection that makes that shit great in a lot of cases. You know, famously, through the fire and the flame, at the end of the song, he broke the one string, I think the E string, broke, and it's in the recording. They left it there. AI doesn't just magically do shit like that or put that in there. It can't replicate stuff like that. You know, I know nothing about music. I could put together a song in 10 seconds and let AI do it, you know? But that's, to me, it's just like, well, it's some fake shit that a computer made. It's part of the reason why I look at stuff like how I just took the piss out of the He-Man trailer earlier for some of the CG. Like with Skeletor, and I'm like, yo, AI could do better than that. I've seen people just prompting AI to do it, and it does it better than this. Hollywood needs to step its game up. You're going to get run over. Like, those VFX creators are all going to lose their job. Because why am I going to give you $120,000 a year salary or whatever you're making when I can just buy this AI for, $20 per video and just crank it out and do it fast, and it doesn't bitch, and I don't have to pay it health benefits or give it Screen Actors Guild or Film Actors Guild. I think isn't it FAG for for the Film Actors Guild. Isn't that what they call them? You know, I don't have to give them that particular wage or anything. I just got to give them $20. Machine doesn't give a shit. It doesn't get tired. Doesn't have its car break down 4 times on the way to work. But you do lose that human touch. And I think we saw it with CG, with computer generated imagery, CGI. I think we saw it a lot at one point where people all of a sudden would use practical effects and they look better. Everybody's like, oh my God, that looks so much more real. And it's like, yeah, because it's not some computer bullshit. You know, you watch somebody get shot in a movie and you do it in CG with the bullet wound, all that stuff. Oh, yeah, look, it's a mess and you don't have to clean nothing up, but you do it with a couple blood packs and this, that, and the other. And everybody, you know, it's got a whole different feel to it because it actually feels real. Somewhere in our little primate brains, we can recognize the difference between bullshit and real. You know, when I watch Six play the drums, like, you can tell that shit's real. Like, that's a dude beating the shit out of some drums. He's beating them like they owe him $20 from, you know, a crack deal from last week. Like, Six goes off. He goes ham. You know, it just is what it is. Yep, gotta respect the practical effects. And bitch better have my money. Through rain, sleet, or snow. That hoe better have my cash. Or I'm gonna put my foot dead in her ass. And that's when he won Pimp of the Year. I don't know, you guys saw that or not. Well, I'm sure you have. It is definitely a classic. If you haven't seen it, make sure you check out I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. Yep. Great movie. My favorite part, well, actually, I got a lot of favorite parts in that movie. One of my favorite parts is when Keenan Ivory Wayans picks up the girl in the bar and she's like, yeah, I'm looking for something special. And he's like, oh yeah, what are you looking for? And she's like 12 inches and all that. And they get up into the room, they're kissing and everything. He goes, well, look, I got a confession about that 12 inches. And then he like does his hands smaller and he's like it's more like 6, not 12. And she goes, that's okay. You see, you see these eyes, contacts, they're not real. You see this, it's not real. She goes, you see this hair. And then she's going through and she's like, you see my boobs? Not real. And she pulls out like the false padding. And then she's like, you see my hair? Not real. And she's bald. She goes, you see my leg? And her leg pops off on the ground. Yeah, he OG'd. You over gold. How'd he go to the bathroom with all that stuff on? I have not seen that movie in years, but still, like, when they did they stripped the car. They do the Ghetto Olympics, and they're like stripping the cars. And like they have ABL interview the dude, and he's just like, yeah, I don't know what you mean. I don't speak jive. I didn't grow up in the hood. The only dance move I could do was this one, you know, the Bruce Springsteen's Dancing in the Dark. I love Dave Yell in that part of the movie. He was great. Is that true? Did Heath Ledger really die 18 years ago today? That's kind of creepy that I was talking about that shit, if so. Yes. Hello, brother. Would you care for a bean pie? Yeah, because he was like the head of the Black Panthers or whatever, and he had a white wife. My meager do well Nubian Messiah. You can take the window or you can take the stairs. What's gotten in you, woman? The devil? No, cramps. Oh my god, yeah. That was hysterical. Yeah, the kid, I forgot about the kids. What happened to all the brothers? They were angry and everything else. They got government jobs. The brothers were angry. They were furious. And they got government jobs. Hollywood Shuffle, I thought that's the one where Arsenio, or is that Amazon Women on the Moon? I know it was Townsend, right? Robert Townsend. Hollywood Shuffle. That one was all right. Some of them, it's one of those things. Could you make that movie nowadays? I don't know if you could. I don't know if you could make that movie and get away with it. I mean, when it comes to parody movies like that, I'm gonna get you sucker is an awesome one. Um, the other one the Waynes did, "Don't be a menace to society while drinking your gin and juice in the hood." That one always cracked me up, right? But my all time Amazon Woman on the Moon was funny. Airplane's funny. My all time favorite though is the Kentucky Fried Movie. Like I don't know what it is about that movie. That movie always just makes me almost cry laughing with some of the stuff when they do the whole courtroom scene. And like he's like, "Do you know the penal codes?" And he pulls out the adult toy, and then he's like got it on his head. He's like, "Take me to your leader," and the judge is like, "You're making a mockery of this court." Oh my god, yeah, Kentucky Fried Movie. You need to watch it. I've shown you the short out of it, haven't I, Reb? I definitely think you've been in here when I showed the one short where he's like, "The popcorn you've been eating has been piston." Film at 11. Moscow in flames. Nuclear missiles inbound towards New York. Film at 11. Like the newscaster. Shit's fucking great. And the one dude has the joy of sex. He's like, it's like a young black couple, and like they have the joy of sex on like, I want to say it's a record. Like that's how old the movie is. It's like a record that they're listening to the joy of sex on. And like he's like, now you want to kiss the woman and this, that, and the other thing on the neck and all this. And like as they're walking through, he's like guiding them through how to you know, do it or whatever. And then it gets to the one part, and he's like, the guy makes this face, like this face, and the chick's just like looking at him, and the record's like, if premature ejaculation can occur, if premature ejaculation occurs, and it's like this album is equipped with Big Jim Slade, and all of a sudden this big football player comes busting through and picks the girl up, and it's like Big Jim, you know, linebacker for the winning like I can't remember what it is. Big Jim is the linebacker for like the San Francisco 49ers, and he comes with a sexual appetites along with an assortment of whips, chains, and a sexual appetite that won't quit. And he like picks her up, he gives him like a salute, and then walks out of the room with her. They do a whole parody of Enter the Dragon, and I can't remember what the hell it's called. I can't remember what the name of the parody is. Dude, it's a must see movie though. Like, I mean, it's fucking hysterical. But the newscaster, because you got to remember, back in the day, the only way you could see the movie was to be in the movie theater. So like, you're watching this movie, and all of a sudden, it's like the popcorn you've been eating has been pissed in film at 11. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it real quick for you. Like at least that part. I don't think I'll get hit for it. Set down the airbrush. I don't think I'll get a strike for. I've shown it before a couple times and never gotten a strike for it. They're usually pretty good about that one. No. Where's my keyboard? Dude, the Daredevil scene too is fucking hysterical. Hold on. Dude, here you go. Here's one of the punchlines. I'll pull this up real quick. Shit, I need to switch this off. Go into the other. Hopefully I can get it from here. There it is. Here you go. Here's the Big Jim Slade part. Hold on. Let me get my headset. So, because it like the music that plays is fucking hysterical. And the Rex Kramer I can't show because he says the N word. But yeah, like the other one. So here's the Big Jim Slade one. If you've never seen this.
Should premature ejaculation occur, the Joy of Sex album comes equipped with Big Jim Slade. Big Jim, former tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs, is outfitted with various whips, chains, and a sexual appetite that will knock your socks off. Big Jim has satisfied women throughout the world, and the capital of Nebraska is Lincoln.
Yeah, and then
popcorn you're eating has been pissed in. Film at 11.
No.
Oh God.
Moscow in flames, missiles headed toward New York. Film at 11.
This one's great too.
So I'm writing an
Wow,
essay
if I could get past the stupid fucking ad.
in art history. I'm an art history.
Shout Factory TV, changing the channel.
I remember the day the girls came over for bridge club. I was so embarrassed because of lingering odors.
Fish for dinner last night? Phew, aren't we still smoking the cigars? Christ, did a cow shit in here?
Dude. Also, have you guys ever seen the video of Smurf trying to sing country? I'm just curious. Here it is. Here's Smurf singing country songs. Hey, you know, Smurf's got a beat here. That's fucking great. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. And man, I'm shout out to my brother Guido, my heavenly brother Guido. I miss you. I love you, brother. But this scene, this is what my wife was quoting to me at that one point in time when she saw him in the dream. He told her to say this to me. Let me find it.
I should have known you'd be behind this fiendish Dr. Wu. Your knowledge of scientific biological transmogrifications is only outmatched by your zest for kung fu treachery.
Kung fu treachery.
Kung fu is quite extraordinary, like dynamite, no match for mine. You should have joined us when you had the chance.
Have you guys ever seen this movie?
Man, I'll take this jive ass.
Bullhorn, no!
No! At long last, a friendship bonded by the struggle against a man has been brought to an end by kung fu treachery. Brother, your death will not go unavenged. Fiendish Dr. Wu, you done fucked up now.
Oh, Jesus. Another part of that scene.
The whole family bred silk kung fu.
Black Dynamite Panther Fist.
It's a bladed boomerang, by the way, guys, he's throwing. This part is just epic.
What the fuck? Huh? Keep your eye on Black Dynamite.
Looking for me?
Oh, shit. Here's the best part right here. Remember, the bladed boomerang, right? Like he throws the bladed boomerang. That's what cuts off Bullhorn's head in the other scene. And then he threw it at him right before he ran away.
Come on, huh?
You told him to keep an eye out for me. I threw that shit before I walked in the room.
Oh my god. It's still like I swear it's still one of the best movies. It's one of the best comedies put out. Holy shit. Ha ha! Threw that shit before I came in the room. Yeah, we used to have a thing. As I grew up just outside Philly, so all my TV stations were all Philadelphia related. And we used to have a thing on Channel 29, WTXF. It was a TAF station is what it was called. Now it's Fox 29, right? In Philly. And every Saturday, they would play, it would start off with, oh, Frederick Douglass Kung Fu Fighting, like the song, and it was called Kung Fu Theater. And they would show like old Jackie Chan movies and like all kinds of different movies like this. And like that shit was just fucking fantastic. Like we used to love it when we were kids. There we go. I jacked up my paint flow by letting it sit too long. Should be back now though. But yeah, I used to watch all kinds of kung fu movies. But anyway, before Guido had passed away, like that was one of our favorite movies to quote and all that other shit. And he had gone down for, I think it was his cousin's bachelor party or something. He had gone down to Atlantic City. And this was, I'm going to say a year or two before he had passed away. And he's like, I see this dude walking. He's got an entourage with him. You know, this big black dude. He's got like a small entourage. And I'm looking at him like, yo, I know this guy. Where do I know this guy from? And then all of a sudden it hit me, and I walked up to him. Like he was away from his entourage. It was just him. And I walked up and I said, like real quiet. I didn't want to draw a bunch of attention, and I said to him, I was like, yo, I just wanted to tell you, you made one of the greatest movies of all time. And when the hell are you doing the sequel to Black Dynamite? And it was Michael Jai White, the guy who plays Black Dynamite in that movie. And like Michael, he said he was like super nice to him, super cool, like just real good guy. Shook his hand, took a selfie with him or whatever. It was like, yo, you want to get a selfie and that kind of stuff. And then was like, all right, man, nice to meet you. And then went off and joined up with the rest of his entourage or whatever. But my buddy Guido was like, he was the nicest guy. He was like, he couldn't have been nicer to me. Yeah, I mean, how can you not love Black Dynamite though? Like there's one part where he's walking with the girl, her name's Honeybee. And he's like trying to sweet talk her and romance her and stuff, and they're walking through the hood. And like there's two little kids sitting there, and one little kid's like, my daddy's name is Black Dynamite, and the other little kid's like, my daddy's name is Black Dynamite. And Black Dynamite, she looks at him, and he looks at her, and he's just like, a lot of motherfuckers out here with that name. They just, like I said, that one's actually a more recent movie too. But it's still one of my favorite like recent comedies. Because they did a whole cartoon series with it. The cartoon series was over the top too. It was on Cartoon Network. And Fiendish Dr. Wu. It's before all the events happen in the movie Black Dynamite. But Fiendish Dr. Wu, he's attacking with his ninjas, like everybody in that part of the city. And like the one ninja breaks away and becomes a good guy and actually ends up helping out Black Dynamite. And Black Dynamite's just like, my ninja. He's like, I hate ninjas. They're lazy. They don't work. They can't read. They always on welfare. Like he's going off about like ninja fight or warriors or whatever, but it's hysterical. Just, yeah, like we need more stuff like that in this world. We need more stuff that just makes us laugh, and like, I mean, that shit makes me belly laugh every time I see it. Fiendish Dr. Wu, you done fucked up now. Yeah, like I said, so yeah, Reb, I had said this before. Like politics and all that, that's why I'm not really covering it right now. Like honestly, it's almost low hanging fruit too. I'm sure everybody who's talking about politics is probably gonna make a killing on it, like thousands of views, all that kind of stuff. But man, it's so depressing out there that, like, let's laugh and have fun, guys. What's that old saying? Eat, drink, be merry. Tomorrow we all die. Life's too short. Start living and having fun. Yeah, I mean, and that's like, I appreciate that, Reb. It's just, there's guys like you that I know a lot of times that's what we talk about. That's what brought a lot of people here, is that all of us actually met. A lot of my viewers, we all kind of met on, well, a political podcast, right? But at the same point in time, there's a reason why we aren't watching that political podcast now, isn't there? And I mean, you can say it's the host, you could say it's this, you could say it's that, but reality of it is, I think a more central part is there's 5,000 other people out there right now that are watching political shit and news and all this stuff. We were in here discussing the merits of the Masters of the Universe trailer and shit, right? And then followed up by Black Dynamite and talking about the Kentucky Fried Movie. Like, I think I would rather do that, be that guy that's having fun, and you know, I think it's more original. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing is, I also didn't, because I've done it so much. I also didn't want to mislead anybody that watches me all the time. Like, I'm not going to be mad if you guys are talking about stuff like this. That's fine. You know, news is topical and everything else. But I think we're better off being happy people than dealing with this dystopian nightmare we face. Talking about fun stuff like solar flares that are, you know, the biggest solar storm in 20 years, or everything in the Midwest is about to freeze. Film at 11. You know, I mean, I think everybody wants to hear more stories like the time that the time that David Mon took a tranny home from the bar. Like, you know, everybody wants to hear that story. That's a more entertaining story, in my opinion. I appreciate that, Melissa. You know, I mean, hell, I've definitely picked up how do I say this, an eclectic band of misfits. Everybody kind of brings something to the table, though. And everybody is independent minded and smart. We definitely didn't pick up a bunch of dummies. It's weird how that works. Maybe herd mentality has its strengths, but I think independent thinking that also can come together and celebrate and stuff like that, I think that's something more valuable in it. Something more human about it. You know? Yeah, you know what? There are too. There are a lot of artists in our clique. You've been caught up in the AI, dude. I'm telling you, AI. I'm not worried about. There's a lot of stuff I'm not worried about with AI. There is some stuff I am terrified about with AI. So like the AI music and all that. Like I said, it just doesn't have the human touch to it. You need that flaw, that imperfection in music to an extent. If you played everything perfectly every time, people are going to get bored. There's a reason why when people are doing concerts, well, I don't even know if people do concerts anymore other than Taylor Swift, but when people used to do concerts, Eugene, you know, they would change up the words to a song, stop singing so the crowds could sing with them. You know, things like this. There's this interactivity that you get from a live musician that you can't get from an AI artist. Because it's a randomness too. And that's what the AI can't duplicate, is that randomness. It's got to be told, okay, well, add a random part. Okay, well, assign to me where the random part's supposed to come in. Well, it's something you feel, not something that you can program. You know, a lot of that is about instinct. So it's like AI to an extent. Yeah, but you're not going to go into a bar and there's going to be an AI band playing the bar that night, you know? Yeah, I agree. I agree, Eugene. Eugene hates AI music. He's terrified of it. It's going to replace him. It's like it's rotten to Eugene thinks it's rotten to his soul for AI to exist. For me, I'm more worried about this at this point. A good chunk of our economy is now invested into AI succeeding. And I see AI like a .com. I see AI like the housing market, like the housing market with subprime mortgages. I see AI as those online e-shops back in the day, social media companies, search engines, any of these things. We can use all of these things. People were heavily invested. You guys remember when AOL had so much money that it bought Time Warner? And nobody even uses AOL or anymore. Or whenever you had to search for something online, one of the best search engines to use was Yahoo. Do you guys remember when everybody could have their own little e-store that sold shit and everything else, and that all flopped? Or MySpace, which turned into Facebook, which turned into Twitter, which turned into Instagram, right? With the AI companies, I see it the same way. There might be one little star out there out of 500 of these little AI companies that's going to rise up and be a big thing, right? But then you're going to have one that is going to be the next Google, right? So I think ChatGPT right now is kind of in that spot where it's the next big thing, but it's only the next big thing until the other next big thing comes up and dethrones it. And all these other little AI companies that are people are investing in, buying all the chips for, invest in, like boosting everybody's electric bill by building data farms, all this shit, they're going to collapse because they're not getting the prominent use and therefore the money revenue stream from it. So you'll have one or two big ones, but that bubble's going to pop and all these 500. So we'll say there's 600 AI companies. Out of those 600, 200 are going to be successful, yet they're all investing the same amount of money. That's a lot of money in the economy crashing, because then what happens with all that computer equipment? What happens to all the alterations to our electrical grid? Maybe the bigger company comes and buys them up, but reality is all they need is their data. They don't need the other shit. They can just incorporate it right into their model. Eugene, you are talking about music AI, right? And not like, the stuff Smurf sells and tests out at Amazon warehouses. I'm just making sure. I'm asking for a friend. See, chat. This is what I'm saying. So you get a bigger company that gobbles it up. The scary part with AI is, at what point in time does the AI start controlling the narrative? So like everything else, like the news, at one point in time, the news always had a slight bias, but then all of a sudden it switched over to a hard bias, right? We all know this. Anybody objectively watching news on either side of the aisle knows this. At what point in time does AI start doing the same thing? Because it's the same type of people that are helping to generate the news are the ones who are developing it. So AI is going to start developing a bias. And then when does it start lying to us? And people just will follow it blindly. Hell, there's people that see videos that are full on AI and you're like, yeah, that's clearly some bullshit. And they're like, no, that really happened. And you're like, man, you can't be this fucking dumb. And it's like, then you have to realize and say to yourself, like, especially if it's an older person, they don't understand. They can't comprehend that somebody could fake this at this level. Well, no, it's got to be real because of this. And it's like, yeah, no, it's some bullshit. It happens all the time. Like one of the big ones now that is creepy as shit. And I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, where there's an Indian dude and he's using AI, and the AI overlays a woman, a beautiful white woman, on top of him. And he's talking into the microphone and moving and smiling and all that. And the AI woman is doing his exact movements and everything else. He's like puppet controlling it. It's like an overlay you can get. Like, man, that's terrifying. It gives scam a whole new level. You're going to have guys that think they're watching a very hot girl who just came out of nowhere and got like 2 million followers. GAM, I'll be up to 122 subs at that point. And this person's going to come in. They're going to be a hot AI chick. They're going to have 10 million followers. And, getting all the revenue on the internets. And then somebody's going to deep dive them and find out it's a dude. Like, it's coming. That it's not like, oh, this can't happen. This shit's already happening. Does he do stuff like that? Oh, yeah, 6. Yeah, you're saying Rutro. Have you never seen this stuff? Like, you never saw that video? I should probably look it up for you guys. Yeah, it's one that it creeped me out. I was like, holy shit. Because I put up this argument that, if you are a pretty girl, you're going to get, even you do the same content as an ugly dude, you're going to get double the views because, people want to see beauty. It is what it is. Like, it's just human nature, right? It's just a natural thing. It happens. And, yeah, now this AI technology, that people are doing shit like that. It's not good. You're going to have people getting catfished left and right. You're going to have guys with their bank accounts drained. Hell, you're going to have guys that think they're chatting it up with a girl and, like, fall in love. And then find out it's really a dude who's using that AI stuff. And then next thing you know, we're going to have a film at 11, shots fired at this apartment complex. And this dude got, aced out, and he was pretending to be a girl on the internet, and the guy found out or something. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have shit like that happening. And that's like I said, all technology has a negative side to it in one way or another. So it's just one of those things. It can't be helped. But at the same point in time, the fact that we are putting so much money from our economy into AI, if that bubble collapses bad enough, that, what happens if we all get it wrong and somebody on the other side of the world, Japan or Taiwan or China, South Korea, whatever, they get that, they end up being the one that developed the best of the AI tech. And we lose in that race. What happens then? Could get ugly. Like, it could collapse our, and I don't know about you guys. I've always heard about the Great Depression. I never said, hey, you know what time period I would like to go back to and live in? That's right, the Great Depression. I think it would suck. I think there's a reason why it was called the Great Depression. Because it was great and not fun. We'll say it in no uncertain terms. Yeah, we don't want that shit to happen. That would be a bad thing. Not even just, my opinion. I think it would just be a bad thing. I kind of know it would be a bad thing. So, yeah, man. Guy robbing a guy robbing a liquor store. They doctor it, or even worse, right? Let's say you use the AI, and this shit's kind of already happening too, in a way. You use the AI, and then you see some fucking terrible thing happen, like, I don't know. You generate, like, Charlie Kirk getting shot, right? Then somebody releases a video and it's like, it's from my cell phone. And it's kind of crappy looking and all this, but it shows like 3 guys that are hiding in a tunnel underneath Charlie Kirk, and you just see the flash of the barrel come up or something. You can see all 3 of the guys' tops of their heads or something like it. And then the shot goes through his butt cheeks and comes out his neck. And they're like, then Candace Owens is just like, oh my God, there it is. There's the piece of evidence I was always talking about. Charlie told me in a dream when he traveled back in time. And, that's exactly how it played out. I know it. This is Charlie working through God's will. Thank you, God. Right. Some shit like this. And then, it turns out that the defense for Tyler Robinson put together an AI video, put it out there virally on the internets, did it low key, and gets him off his charges, and it turns out he's the real killer. Shit like that. It's terrifying shit like that. You got to be careful of. The guys with the girls catfishing them though, that's going to be the coup de grace in my opinion. That's the stuff there's going to end up being a law that if you portray that you are, like if you're a big fat sloppy titted dude and you pretend to be like a extra hot chick on the interwebs, you have to put a disclaimer saying, yes, this is, person on screen is not person behind screen or something like that, because somebody's going to get fucked up over it. Like really severely. Like it's going to be like, the Manson family murders or something kind of shit happened. And yeah, it's not going to be good for us. But I think there'll actually end up being laws or something like that. Like, I know Elon Musk had put out something when it came to Twitter, where it's like, now it tells you where the person's account is actually active and working in. And like they did it and immediately started finding people in like India and Dubai, or not Dubai, India, Pakistan. I can't remember where else. Things like that. Like we need transparency like that as far as we go, because the system can already determine somebody is not from this country. Yet they're talking all kinds of shit and getting people riled up. We need to correct that before it gets out of hand. Before some crazy son of a bitch goes all cowboy up and goes and hammers somebody out. Somebody comes out and makes that pew pew on Yoo-hoo. I just saw a bunch of hearts go up the screen. Beans must finally getting home from work. Now I'm seeing a whole bunch of other like little emojis. I don't know if that's Beans or if that's Sixers. But yeah, I mean, that's just it. I think if something comes up, it looks like AI to one of us, somebody say something about it, right? Like, yo, I saw this, and then we can debate it. We can watch whatever the video is. Well, not if it's super graphic or something, but as a collective, we watch the video and go, where do you land? 51% this is AI, 49% it's real, and then just collectively, we might notice something that the other person didn't. Beans did this with the one DHS video. She's like, "What the fuck? The guy's got like a T-Rex on his front yard. Where the hell is this in America?" And it was like, and then took a picture of it, and it was like, yeah, like I don't see that from any of the other camera angles. But you know, everybody watching each other's backs and kind of as a collective debunking, I think we can kind of contain AI as far as like we go, like as a group. We can actually help each other in that, because some people they're going to believe what they hear or believe what they see, and it's like, yo bro, no, that's bullshit. You might actually save somebody from showing up and to a house, you know, on a blind date, and the person's going to answer the door and immediately like shoot him in the neck with a tranq dart, and they're going to look up and it's going to be like a 600-pound dude wearing nothing more than a jock strap, a leather mask, and he has more hair on his back than a gorilla's got on its shoulders, you know? And he's going to grab him, drag him down into some cellar, and then we lose another sub. Like, it's inevitable. Like, hey, whatever happened to David Mon? I don't know. He was going on a date with a girl he met on the internet. Oh, shit. You know? It's things like this, like we... it's people that have transcended from one generation to another. We need to watch out for each other. Like the younger kids spot that shit and don't get fooled by it. It's older people that get fooled for some reason, and I can't figure it out. I don't know if it's just because as time's gone on, we've been taught to trust institutions and trust media, or, you know, like that's what was instilled with us, even if we're actively questioning it all the time. But young kids, they just see shit for what it is, you know? Like it was like the time I was walking through Walmart and the one kid started pointing at me. He said, that man clearly peed his pants. And I was like, no, I didn't. Shut up. I just spilled some water on myself. And he's like, no, you peed yourself. And I was just like, man, no, I didn't, you know? And everybody started looking at me. I was like, I didn't pee myself. I spilled water on the front of myself. And he's like, I saw you sit there and stand there for a minute and close your eyes and just say, ah. And next thing I know, I saw the wet spot form. You clearly peed yourself. Like, he called me right out on it. Yeah, this type of shit happens. But no, seriously, young kids can actually spot that stuff way better than the adults. All right. I want a hidden base yellow. I'm just debating on how I want to do the base yellow. Do I want to go through step-ups? Gold yellow up to toxic yellow. And that's pretty cool. Definitely liking it. Let's see something. Use sun yellow as base color. Huh. It actually tells me to do it the way I usually do stuff, where I go with the super light color and then start going to darker colors on top. let me see. What's it saying? Toxic yellow? No, use sun yellow. So use the middle coat? The blue dingus fairy, huh? It's more of the moon yellow. Actually, that's kind of right in between those two. It's definitely not a toxic. I think I'm going to use this as my base. I think I'm going to go base coat with this shit. Yeah, I don't know. I watch everything, and you guys are probably sick of hearing me say this one, but watch everything as a con. To a point where my wife even says, not everybody's trying to con you. You know, I know you're always looking for the con, but not everything's a con. Some stuff really is just what it is. But I always look for the con. Just my survival instinct, I guess. So I'm always hyper critical of conspiracy, stuff like that. I look at the probability of something and then play it back. But I'm not going to catch everything. Nobody's going to catch everything. This is definitely the type of yellow I needed right here for the base. That's bright as shit. I can get in here, hit this with some some shadows, but some highlights at the same time. But yeah, the white definitely makes it pop. Priming in white was the smart move on this, because I'll do it with his chest real quick. So that's one little layer of the white. His shoulder is yellow. There you go. There's prime on the shoulder. You can't even see that shit. Like, if I hold it up here, you can kind of see it. Right? But I mean, that's a whole different step than that is the same amount of paint. So definitely the way you want to do it. You definitely want to paint prime in white if you're going for a yellow pop. Especially if you want it to be a bright, like, hit you over the head fucking yellow. Which I'm using this as base coat. But I've got that toxic yellow, and I know I've got like 2 or 3 other yellows I can use. Right up into including this yellow, which is fluorescent. So we can, like, really pop the shit out of this. Like I said, I don't want to fuck Sinestro up. I'm so afraid of fucking Sinestro up. Don't fuck Sinestro up. I have to give back my yellow lantern ring if I fuck it up, and Sinestro will kill me on top of it. I still think one of the coolest things was there is a comic where Batman gets Sinestro's ring. He actually gets a yellow lantern ring. Batman with a ring that's made of fear. Like, inspires fear in people. How fucking terrifying would that be? Great, I'm making a mustard monster. Yeah, the Lanterns TV show. Now, what's interesting about that? I've heard it's going to be like a buddy cop show. It's going to be Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart, right? But also, I heard there's supposed to be Sinestro on there and Atrocitus. So, this shit I'm painting right now, when that show comes out, you guys will already be like, oh, I know who Sinestro is. Shit, GAM painted that guy like, X amount of time ago. Oh, Atrocitus? I know who that is. Like, if you didn't already. Some people might already know. But yeah, both of them, Atrocitus and Sinestro, are two of the better villains, in my opinion, to the Lantern Corps. Like Larfleeze, who's the Orange Lantern, he's an interesting villain. Probably the freakiest and creepiest out of all the Lantern Ring villains is Death Hand, the Black Lantern. His ring lets him bring back the dead and control the dead. So, like in Darkest Night, I think the arc's called, there's superheroes that die, and he converts them and controls them. Like, it's creepy as shit. Like, they're zombified versions of the superhero. But yeah, I mean, Green Lantern, when I was a kid, I was never really into it, as it wasn't until I was older and went and visited the comics, and then I was just like, damn, this is actually pretty good. Like, people get jacked up in this comic because it's basically, they're space cops. They're space cops with a ring that lets them create what's known as hard light constructs of anything they can imagine. So it's a pretty interesting concept. The ring is basically, like, for the most part, the ultimate weapon at that point. Because, shit, how limited is your imagination? And depending on, so the Green Lantern, for example, their will. Like, that's what the emotional spectrum is for green, is will. So, the stronger your will, the more stubborn you are, the better results you're going to get from your ring. Like, the more powerful the results, the less fear you have too, you're going to get better results out of the ring. The opposite of the Lantern Ring is parallax and the yellow emotional light spectrum, which is fear, right? So Sinestro in particular, he not only mastered his own fear, he mastered parallax, the actual entity of fear. But then, like, say like you're afraid of snakes, Sinestro figures that out right away, shoots like 1,000 of these like yellow light construct snakes and terrifies you. And then, as you're getting more and more afraid, he's draining more power off of you and generating more power into those snakes, and he eventually crushes you with them, or you succumb to it and it breaks you, kills you. Fucking interesting concept. Yeah, Lantern. So the New 52. I mean, Lantern was the New 52 Lantern comics are amazing. Some of them suck. Some of them are great. But in New 52, in particular, you have. I'm trying to think of some of the arcs. The end arc, when Jeff Johns, Jeff Johns went to go oversee DC movies and TV at one point, right? And granted, he should have stayed right in the comics, in my opinion. But when he was overseeing, when he did his Green Lantern run, Jeff Johns is just unbeatable at writing Green Lantern. Hands down, the story arcs that he comes up with and the way he writes them and everything else. But when you get to the end of his arc, his run, it's one of the best endings because Sinestro, they basically like the Guardians of the Galaxy, or the Guardians, are they the Guardians of the Galaxy? Now I'm thinking about it. Guardians of the Universe. These little blue fuckers on Oa that created the ring and all this stuff. All the Green Lanterns, because they're being replaced by these other things, right? Like they betrayed all the Green Lanterns, all this. So all the different Lantern Corps get together and attack the Guardians all at once. They attack Oa to wipe out this new threat that the Guardians had created because they wanted to replace the Green Lanterns. And they end up killing, I think, almost all of them except for Ganthet. I think Ganthet's one of the only ones that they let live. But Sinestro goes and wipes them out while all the battle's going on. And then the end of the comic, it's Hal Jordan and Sinestro. And they're hovering up there in space. And, you know, Sinestro's like, Jordan, I'm going away. I'm never coming back. And he looks at Sinestro. He said, Sinestro, before you leave, I have one question for you. He's like, what's that, Jordan? He goes, were we ever friends? Because they were actually real close. Like, Sinestro's one of the ones who trained Hal Jordan how to use his ring and everything else. He's technically the best of the Green Lanterns, or was. And Sinestro looks at him and goes, that's the shame of it all, Jordan. We were always friends, and flies off. And it's just like, man, when it lands in the comic panels, there's something to it. Like, it was just magical, in my opinion. It hammers it out. Like, there's a sadness to it, but it's also awesome. Like, the two of them were always friends, the greatest of enemies, bitterest of rivals, and yet they were always friends. Yeah, but Sinestro, he's just one of them damn characters. Where Batman has the Joker, Lantern Corps had Sinestro, Superman. See, that's one of those things with Superman's Rogue Gallery. He's got some cool enemies, right? Lex Luthor probably being the best out of all of them, in my opinion. Brainiac's a hard one. Right? That's always a rough one. Zod, because he's a fellow Kryptonian, all that kind of shit. Solomon Grundy, because you can beat the shit out of him over and over and over again, and he keeps returning. Like, that's Solomon Grundy's power is he's dead. Like, he's undead. So he's always going to come back. Right? He's always going to come back for that second, third, fourth, fifth round. 100th round, you can beat on him. He keeps coming back. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, but Parasite, drains power. But Superman's villains, like, I don't know, they're world enders, but they're not as terrifying as some of like Batman's villains or, like Wonder Woman. Same thing. Like, her villains are kind of like. Okay, she's got Ares, she's got Cheetah, stuff like this. But I was never like big on her. Her Rogues Gallery isn't that great. The Flash's Rogues Gallery is more fun than anything else. So I don't know. It's weird. You had Red Martians for Martian Manhunter. Metallo is an interesting villain because it's a human consciousness in a robot body and the heart of Metallo is kryptonite, right? I mean, my favorite out of every Superman villain, like I said, his best villain that he fights is probably Lex, right? Brainiac being pretty damn close to it. I still say my favorite, though, out of all Superman's enemies is 1000% Mr. Mxyzptlk. Mr. Mxyzptlk is like, if he wasn't so playful, like a goofy imp, he would be the most devastating fucking, like if he was actually a serious character, Superman would be fucked. But because he's like a goofy little imp and just likes fucking with people, you know, he can do damage, but he's not as much of a threat as he actually could be, because he can alter reality. If he gets banished, all reality goes back to the way it was before, you know, or what have you. But he really is like, he's super powerful. So's what's the little fucker's name? And it's the same thing with him. He's got crazy ass powers too, but he's goofy, so he doesn't really hurt anybody. And that's Batmite. Batmite is pretty much the same. Bizarro, so there's it, yeah, and you're right. It depends on the version of Bizarro. So you have like old school Super Friends Bizarro that was, you know, squared out and like this weird from the Bizarro planet and all that kind of stuff. But then you also have the other version of Bizarro, like they try to portray in the Superman movie, where it's a clone of Superman that's degrading. That one's more of a tragic kind of villain, in my opinion. Because it's like, he doesn't know he's not Superman. He's clone. Granted, now the same cloning process that created Bizarro is also the one that created Superboy. The only difference is that Lex, in his arrogance, when he cloned Superman's DNA, he put his own DNA in too. So it's like he's actually got a human side to him as well. He's got a little human genome in there, and it throws him off. Makes him more powerful in certain ways and weaker in others. Have a great night, Reb. Be awesome, brother. Stay out of trouble, would you? Somebody take the matches away from Rebel before he burns it all down, damn it. Don't let Reb burn it down. Yeah, I mean, you had Manhunters too when it came to Lanterns in particular. They were like the first peacekeeping group that the Guardians experimented with. They were robots, but they malfunctioned. They weren't reliable. They would kill people instead of capturing them and bringing them in and shit like this. And the Manhunters were like, damn, like we kind of created Frankenstein's monster here for the most part. And that's when they came up with the Lantern Rings. So every now and again, you'll get a story arc where the Manhunters come in. Yeah, the New 52, I actually like some of the books out of the New 52, though, Eugene. I think by far my favorite character that they had come up with when they were doing New 52. And I mean, I don't think they came up with him in New 52. He gained a bit of prominence. Was Damian Wayne. Damian Wayne might be my favorite character that came out of New 52. Or was built up in New 52, I should say. Because he, like, they did the whole story arc where it was Court of Owls in the Batman comic. And Damian Wayne, they have assassins, like they're undead assassins, basically. And, you know, Batman's policy, he doesn't kill. Well, Damian Wayne, because he was raised in the League of Shadows by his mother, Talia al Ghul, even though he's got Bruce Wayne's DNA in him, you know, and yeah, Bruce Wayne kind of, you know, generously donated his DNA to Talia al Ghul one night, which, you know, if you ever saw Talia al Ghul and the way she's drawn, you can't really blame Batman on that one. But Damian Wayne, you know, his whole arc was Batman kept trying to get him to stop killing. And one of the Talons, the assassins, come after Damian Wayne. He shot the fucker in the neck, like in the throat with the bat grapple, throws it around a tree branch, jumps down and pulls the Talon off the ground so he's hanging, and then cuts his head off with a sword. Amazo's pretty badass because he can mimic any superpower, right? He's basically the same as well, not really. Taskmaster can just duplicate anybody's fighting style in Marvel. Amazo can actually like absorb and use their superpower. So they're similar but different. But yeah, I mean, there's some of the villains, like, some of these villains, like, if they didn't do them where they're, like, if the villain wasn't a fucking goof and actually used his power, he would fuck a lot more people up. But they always do some goofy shit and screw up and end up getting their ass whooped for it. Like, every time. They all have some kind of Achilles heel where, out of just, like, arrogance, stupidity, whatever it may be, and, you know, your particular villain's case that the superhero uses against them and wrecks them. Like, I think, is it the Wizard? There's one villain called the Wizard, and I want to say it's Fantastic Four. But he controls gravity. Dude, that's one of those powers where you could take out everybody if you did it right. Because he uses these, like, discs or whatever, and he can lessen gravity on stuff. You slap a couple of those on, and just make it where the gravity's so light, it shoots somebody out in outer space. I mean, look, I love Spider-Man. You get a hold of Spider-Man with one of those discs, the moment he breaks atmosphere and can't breathe, he's dead. Spider-Man has one of the best rogues galleries in Marvel. Yes, I agree. Batman has the best in DC. If we look at it, you know, from even just like the little crappy ones, like Batman has some seriously creepy things that he fights. Killer Croc, you know, for example. That's a pretty damn creepy villain. I think I'm jammed. But yeah, Spider-Man, some of his villains are just like, holy shit. I mean, they get less impressive the more in older Spider-Man gets, but when he's like younger, man, imagine being a kid and having to fight like just Green Goblin even. Everybody thinks Green Goblin's a goofy dude with a mask on and all that, and it's like, yeah, to an extent, but that Goblin serum boosts his strength, makes him vicious. Doc Ock is like super smart, and like formidable with those arms. The Vulture, like you name it, he's Spider-Man definitely has some of those crazy ass villains. But what the hell's going on here? I'm not getting pushback on my. I have to have a jam in here, and the shit part is I know the moment I get in here and nail this out, this shit is just going to start spraying everywhere. Get that paint out of there. Yeah, Rogue, dude, Rogue, like I said, he's one of the purest people I've ever met, Ian, on these internets. And he listens. Like, there's stuff that I've told him, Twisted's told him, he's got a good head on his shoulders. And he's just he's a good person, man. Like, I don't know. That's terrible, too. The wind's whipping so bad, it fucking split your lip. Good to see you, by the way, Beans. I like Mysterio a lot better the way they portray him in the comics too. Eugene, I think Mysterio was better done in the comics where he was a special effects guy. Like they kind of cheapened it by giving him the drones in the Spider-Man movie, in my opinion. It was kind of like, oh, it's just some drones. Where in the comics he was like, it felt like he altered reality around Spidey. I agree. So, Jesus. Yeah, why would you see a bunch of deer? That is odd. That's actually a little disturbing if you don't normally see them. I got to check and see what the temperature is here. Right now it's 48 degrees here. So we haven't hit freezing yet. Must have had a chunky in there. The only problem is my needle pulled back. There it goes. blast through and make sure we're shooting paint again. Run a little water through it just to make sure. What do you mean everybody's talking with GAM? You mean like people calling in or something? Because I'm not even on Discord right now. I didn't even set up Discord. Nobody, even if somebody wanted to jump in, like I didn't even set up the Discord end of the chat. Yeah, I've been basically like talking with chat all night, which I know if you're watching it work, that shit's got to be like harder to follow, like a lot harder to follow. But at the same point in time, you know, that little break I took, that little week off, seems to have helped because I'm sitting here talking about comic books. We're talking about movies, doing movie trailer, like we're talking about bunch shit, and not once have I brought up anything to do with stuff that's major headline news that's been happening. Or more to the point, because we are talking about weather and stuff, and that is major headline news. But the negative, dark shit that's going on. He, him. You like the he, him? Well, I mean, that's in the fucking trailer. He, him, and the crayon box of the universe. He, him. I wanted to see like Man at Arms say to him, "Oh, now you got a white savior complex." Like that shit would just, I'd be dead. I'd be like, "Oh yeah." I mean, it could be. I was saying this earlier. It was 72 degrees here earlier. It was 72 degrees today. One of the cats, one of my outdoor cats, came walking up with a lizard in its mouth. Like it caught a anal lizard and was eating it. Like had caught it, was carrying its prey around. Like animals came out. Lizards came out of hibernation. It was that warm today. And fortunately, my wife listened to me because I was like, yeah, you saw the storm? She's like, I heard something about it. I don't know about it, though. What's up? And I was like, yeah, we might want to go knockout shopping today. So this way we don't have to go out this weekend. If it snows or ice or whatever, then we can be off the road. You guys, you know, like, I'm hoping I'm the first person to come up with this he, him, like, the joke. Because I guarantee you there's going to be another streamer that's going to figure that shit out almost immediately and start doing the same fucking thing. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I did it first, but, you know, I got a way smaller audience and nobody's catching it. I should do shit like that more often. Well, The only thing I would be able to do is old school movie reviews. The other part that we have to worry about, or I have to worry about rather, is the way I should say this, is am I going to get copyright hit for any of those trailers I showed? Is DC going to, piss on my parade for showing Supergirl? I was very complimentary of Street Fighter, so if they come after me, I'm going to be pissed. This kind of thing. Like, am I going to get nailed out because people get petty with that shit? And some of these corporations don't even know. They have people that they pay money to that basically do the cease and desist and copyright strikes and all that. They don't even know it's happening. So hopefully I got everything under fair use. You guys really enjoyed that, huh? I'll tell you what then. I'll give you guys homework on top of it. If you guys, and it could be modern, like an up and coming movie or a movie that has already come out or a TV show that has already come out. If you guys come up with like one, like you don't have to do it while you're at work, Beans, if you like, for example, Beans, if you give me one that you want me to dissect and tear apart and talk about, then I'll do it. Like, I'll do that when you're on stream. That kind of thing. But if anybody's got, like, Ian wanted me to do the rip, and it was like, oh yeah, I'm a good cop. No, I'm a bad cop. No, you're the bad cop. Yes, I'm the good cop. No, you're the bad cop. I know you're the bad cop. Everybody's the bad cop. Oh my God, we're all bad cops. We're all going to betray each other in the end. You guys got like different movies that you see a trailer for, or like I could do the Goonies. Like we could do the Goonies, look up like the Goonies trailer, like the old Goonies trailer, and I can do like a breakdown on it. Stuff like that. Like I can do classic movies too if you want. I don't have a problem doing them. Like I'll just shoot from the dick, or from the hip. My bad. If I shoot from the dick, everybody's going to get sticky. I could do that and it'll be fun. I don't mind doing them, and it honestly, it's one of those things where have to think fast and on your feet when you're watching shit like this. Like a lot of stuff, a lot of the jokes and stuff I'll tell in the moment. I don't even realize what I've said and I've moved on from it. I don't have to tell you 10 times like, oh yeah, I said this joke earlier and this was the joke. And, except for him, because that's kind of, it was funny. Because as soon as I saw that shit on the desk, I was like, oh, I was like, okay, this could be ironic, funny, good, or it could be bad and, woke. And then when I realized, like, oh shit, this is going to be woke, when I looked at the cast list and the way things were portrayed, it was just like, ooh. Cam's on his trailers. Now, you already got a guy who does that. You got epic voiceover guy. And he's fucking fantastic. Shout out to Honest Trailers. They're great. Ryan George on pitch meetings. He's fucking great too. He's hysterical. How It Should Have Ended. Those guys are fucking super talented as well. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem doing that stuff. Like, to me, it's like doing improv, If you got a kind of quick mind, and I'm not saying I do, my mind's definitely a lot slower than it was when I was younger. But if you can think fast. Then you can come up with shit on the fly, and I don't have a problem doing it. If anything, it helps an old man's mental acuity. Dude, they are doing more Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Why? Why? Why would they do more? Didn't they do Angel as a spinoff, and that should have been the end of it. I had a friend. I had the one lesbian friend I had was like that was her jam. Was Buffy the Vampire Slayer was like the greatest show ever fucking made. It's like it's the greatest show ever. She was hardcore into it. Is Joss Whedon doing it, or is it somebody else, Eugene? Because if it's Joss Whedon doing it, it'll be really good. If it's anybody else doing it, it probably isn't going to be as good as you hope it is. Starfleet Academy. I didn't even watch an episode of it. I didn't even watch reviews of the show. I just saw people like Nerdrotic, stuff like that, because they are the greatest in pop culture when it comes to reviewing stuff. If it's really woke and shitty and taking the piss out of it. And I was like, I saw it and I was like, oh my God. Like, it was bad. Like, it had to be bad. Like, everybody just universally panned it immediately. Like, this is not good. And then the backlash I saw was people saying, yeah, you know, the toxic male community and all. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, toxic male community? Put up a show worth a fuck. Like, stop with this toxic male stuff. Toxic male is basically calling women big backs and telling everybody how great you are and how bad they suck and how everything you own is better than it. I feel like I'm describing somebody, but I'm not sure. But yeah, you know, that's more like toxic masculinity. And even then, it's not really toxic masculinity. It's toxic insecurity. Wow, really? Like everybody's like out of shape. Like it looks like the before scene in an Ozempic commercial. Is that what you're telling me? Like Star Trek, Starfleet, you know. Like it's like that. Topped off with today on Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. Yeah, I mean, like I don't get it fucked up. The reason why I can recognize narcissism so easy is because I was raised by a malignant narcissist for a long chunk of my life. I was very narcissistic. You know, I'm not above it. But I also recognize it immediately when I fucking see it. And I've definitely, every now and again, that'll come out. But I've come to terms with it because I realize I do it and it isn't healthy. That's the best way I can put it to everybody. You know, it's just something about me that I had to admit. And, you know, shout out to good old Mrs. GAM. Shout out to the wife because she dealt with it for a long time. she would say something to me about it, and I'd always tell her, she was like, you know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not narcissist, blah, 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 blah. And then, little soul searching, and I realized, no, I really am this way. I really do this. And, this is classic signs of narcissism and all that. And then, yep, you're right. I was fucking wrong. Holy shit. You want to talk about a funny one? There is a chick in Walmart today. We're shopping or whatever. Chick stops like the wife's pushing the cart, makes a left turn into the aisle, right, or starts to, and this chick's walking straight, but she stopped and she started looking at something on the shelf and then started to go again. My wife's already halfway like in front of her, and she stops, and she's got like a dude, and like this dude must have been about 6'4", and like he was a fat sloppy fuck, right? And he weighed, I'm gonna say he was a good 300 pounds. He had like he had like semi-long hair, but he had like the bald spot in the middle, like in his part line was bald. And then the hair, so like his hair's slowly like, he's going to have that horseshoe or whatever. And he's probably, I'm going to say like 40, right? And the chick that's with him has big old boobies, and she was wearing the shirt to show them off, and tattoos all over him and all this. And she was younger. She was probably like late 30s. And so the wife and I, the wife keeps walking, and this girl, like, it almost hit the wife, but she had stopped or whatever. We get into the aisle, we're looking at food, and then we heard like the dude say something like, "Oh, they were rude" or something like this, right? Like, but we couldn't tell if they were talking about us or somebody else, right? And my wife goes, "Are they fucking talking about us?" Like, she says it like all loud. She's like, "Were they just fucking talking about us?" She's like, "I'll rip that bitch's fake tits right off her chest." And I'm like, "Don't worry, I'll knock that sloppy fat fuck on his ass or whatever." Like, but we were talking like so loud, and then all of a sudden crickets around us. Like, even the other customers that were shopping, just silent. But I was dead laughing because the wife, I mean, she was loud as shit. Like, you could hear her 3 aisles away. "That bitch talking about us? I'll rip her fake tits right off her chest." Like, yep, I'm married to the right one. Don't worry, the wife's not skinny either, and I'm definitely no spring chicken myself, Beans. It's all good. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. What, you thought you were going to stay young, skinny, and like, all this stuff forever? Fuck's sake, I don't even have upper teeth anymore. Like, I'm definitely not an attractive dude anymore. I'm not a cute young buck anymore. I'm an old, beat up, grizzled fucking son of a bitch. And I'm all right with it. Dude, there's no such fucking thing as toxic masculinity. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't use terms that are fucking stupid. It's toxic masculinity. Like, I say it as a joke, Eugene. Like, it's really like Beans and Ian had it right. It's really just narcissism is what it is. It's not toxic masculinity. It's narcissism. Toxic masculinity, like, when was the last time an attractive girl walked past a construction site and got catcalled, for example? You think that shit happens all the time like it did back in like the 50s, 60s, 70s? It doesn't happen anymore. Guys are like, "I don't want to say nothing to her. She can yell sexual harassment. People don't do that shit. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it doesn't happen like it did back in the day. You know, like it's like the whole thing. Like, guy comes home from a hard day's work and his wife didn't have dinner on the table and he smacks her in the mouth. You know, that happens. It just doesn't happen with the frequency it used to. Like, it's shit from the old days still happens because there are people that are fucked up like that, but there's not as many of them as there used to be because nowadays you have cancel culture. People are like, not just that, but guys nowadays, and this is no rip to anybody in here actually. This is not me saying it about like anybody that watches. Everybody that's in here, I've never seen anything where anybody's displayed. I guess the kids would call it beta, or you know, like soft behavior like that. But male culture nowadays, younger generation, a lot of them, they definitely show they're more feminine in their behavior. And I don't mean that as an insult to women. I mean that as an insult to men. They should be masculine, not feminine. But they show a more, like, not like I'm in touch with my feelings kind of shit. I mean catty bitchy shit. like stuff that you would expect a 16-year-old girl to do. See, here I have a whole theory with that, with liberal women, right? Yeah, and you're not wrong. The blue-haired libtard women, they want to be in control and masculine. And honestly, they're the ones that put the strap on and peg their husbands and boyfriends and stuff like that. And then they're also the ones that end up divorcing that dude or cheating on him or whatever because they're like, yeah, he doesn't, do business in a way that pleases me because he's been dominated by them. And then they're like, they start looking at him like he's weak sauce because technically they aren't wrong. The dude let them do it to him. So now they're weak sauce. And they're like, well, you know what I really like is for you to be a cuckold, sir. Stuff like this. Like, because they want to assert some kind of control and they think that's how it comes. But the reality is women are better at certain things and men are better at certain things. And it's a balance. That's the fucking key, is the balance. And it's like who told, well, I'm strong, I'm an independent woman and all this other stuff. That's a fantastic quality to have. That's epic. That's great. But at the same point in time, wouldn't it be better to be a strong, independent woman with a strong, independent man, but you guys act as partners and you guys complement each other and you go through life equally, but one person's better in certain arenas and the other person is stronger in the other arenas that you're weak in, and you balance? That's the way it should be. Most narcissistic women call narcissistic men narcissists. Well, yeah, because they recognize the quality, right? That's just it, though. You can tell when somebody's a narcissist, right? Male or female. You can tell by the way they talk and the shit they talk about or the way they talk about themselves. You know, Eugene said something one time that was fucking super eye-opening about a certain streamer. He said, man, the way he talks, it's like he never had a struggle in his life. That's narcissism. You can't admit that you were weak at one point in time and took a beating. I'm not saying you go and you blubber about it and cry about it and whine about it and everything else, but you just admit the truth. I mean, how many fucking times have I told you guys about my imperfections and how I failed and how I fuck up and how, you know, I wasn't a good person, how I had, you know, my anger got out of control and I shouldn't have done this, or, you know, how many times have I done that? A lot. Why? Because it's just honest. And I'm okay with myself because I've moved past that part of my life, or I met it head on and dealt with it, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And I think when you get to somebody like how that streamer is, where that's what you want to portray and that's what you want to throw out there, you get guys like Eugene, guys like Ian, guys like Rebel, guys like Mister, guys like Six, actual real ass men who recognize, like, either you were raised a very rich kid and you were spoiled rotten, you're fucking lying through your teeth, or you're a scared little bitch because you won't tell the truth. You know? And it's not like you dwell on your failures, but your failures are there. If you never fail, right, and you're successful all the time and never make a mistake and never screw up, never admit you're wrong, or shit, I got this one out of hand, or whatever it is, then what ends up happening is people just call bullshit on you. Or if you're being honest and you never have failed and all that, eventually it's going to happen to you. And when it does, you're going to end yourself flat out because you're not going to know how to deal with it. It's like the spoiled little rich kid who grows up, gets into his 20s, 30s, his dad dies, his mom squanders all the money, and they're fucking poor all of a sudden. And his trust fund got wiped out. He doesn't know how to fucking survive. He doesn't know how to build anything from the ground up. He's fucked. Because he never had to build it in the first place. He never had to fight to get to this point. I don't ever want to lose my house. I don't ever want to lose the stuff I have because it was a long road to get here. In the event it ever did happen, I would start again and it'd be a lot harder because I'm older. Shit doesn't work like it used to. I'm definitely not as cute as I used to be. I definitely don't have the swagger like I used to. I definitely don't have the get up and go like I used to. The body's worn out. I'm old. It is what it is. But you know what? I'd be back on my feet again eventually because I've done it once. I've done it twice. I've done it 3 times. I've done it before. You know, I've done it alone. I've done it with my wife. You know, it's just one of those things. You can get the shit beat out of you and you can lay there on the deck, but you can't lay there forever. You gotta keep getting back up. Otherwise, you're screwed. I know. Well, you know what? Shout out to you because, to be honest with you, for the last, I've been streaming for about 1 year and 6 months now. No, that doesn't sound right. Probably 1 year and a couple months, right? But over that time, I've seen everything you've accomplished. I watched how hard you worked. And you know something? You should take pride in that. You should be very proud of that. Because you fucking earned it all the way up. So, you know, shout out to you. I know it wasn't easy. I know you had to overcome a lot of adversity. I know it was difficult. I know you put in that sweat equity. It wasn't fun. And, you know, you're beat up and everything. shout out to you. Fucking flat out shout out to you, because it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy hill to climb, and not everybody does it. Some people lay there on the deck and it's over. That's it. And they just, well, shit, I deserve. I work so hard and all that. Sometimes life deals you that fucking hand, Sometimes you get aces over eights, the dead man's hand, and shit fucks up. But it's what you do after shit fucks up that defines you as your character, your sorry, I'm going to use this word when it comes to you, but your balls, your actual, it defines your actual self-worth, resolve. Somebody like I'll tell you now, there's certain people that I've seen, I know, that they fall down, it's over for them. They're not getting back up. They're gonna break. They're they are a glass baseball. You can throw it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then, somebody misses the catch and it hits the ground and it's over. I'm giving up my Jamaican citizenship very soon. Very nice. Very, very nice. And you don't have to thank me. It's the fucking truth. I watched it. I saw it. You're not lying. You're not lying. It's one of those things that has me so upset with America right now, is that man, some people don't appreciate what they got right now, and they take for granted some of the things they're gifted. And once those things go away, because eventually they are going to go away. I'm just reading tea leaves, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but once some of those things go away, it's not going to be pretty for them. Have a good night, Eugene. Be awesome. Get some music out, would you, Eugene? We're still waiting for Haters Eat These Nuts. I've been waiting for that banger for a while now. I'm not a musician. I can't write it. You got to write it. I've already signed off that, that's your song. You got full credit on it and all that, but you got to write it now. Yeah, I mean the younger bucks. Yeah, I worry about like the kids, the ones that are on the come up, the ones that come after my kids. It's going to be a rough road. Everybody thinks it's going to get easier. It's really not. Shit, I think I already have a moon yellow. Matter of fact, I think I have 2 moon yellows. It's a flat yellow. Let me see. Is this a flat yellow too? It's a medium yellow. Huh. Pretty close. Like, I mean, I'll give you guys a cautionary tale here. Here's a cautionary tale. I got a friend. He's dying. Like, there's no two ways about it. He's dying. A very old friend. Known him for 30 years. He's like my brother at one point. I refused to talk to him for reasons. and we have a couple mutual friends in common. They've seen him. They told me flat out, yeah, he's in bad shape. Like it's not going to be good. And he's still doing the same shit that he was doing. Still living the same lifestyle. Still acting the same way. Still everything the same way he did to get himself sick. Nothing has changed. And then on top of that, he is lying about it. Oh no, it's not like that. Like for example, he's a drinker. And I mean alcoholic type drinker. Oh, well, I don't drink anymore. I only have one beer, and it's because the doctor said I have to have only one beer a day or 2 beers a day. Yet he's drinking like a case, 6 pack to a case in a couple hours. Things like this. He never grew as a person. He never took accountability for any of his actions, including the shit that got him to his sick point. It was always somebody else's fault. It was always not his fault. It was always, oh, well, if only I had back in the day this, if only I had back in the day that. And I feel, I honestly, it doesn't even anger me. It disappoints me and makes me feel pity towards that person. And to me, that's like, that should be one of the most insulting things possible is somebody else feeling, like I look at your life and I pity you. They like should hurt your fucking feelings. No, the moon is not yellow. It is made of cheese, but I believe it is mozzarella. I don't think it is. Well, it could be Lindbergher if we go by Bugs Bunny logic. I don't know if I like this tone of yellow on this. It's a little too light for my liking, but it works. It is a very, very light yellow. Yeah, and narcissist, like Beans had said, the word's been used the same way racist has over so much time, and it's the same thing where I said toxic masculinity when I was talking with Eugene. Same thing. Like people say that shit so much, and you're like, what the fuck? Explain to me what's toxic. Well, if you're ready to fight somebody, no, that's called having testosterone. You know, going around looking for a fight with somebody, you can say that's kind of toxic masculinity, I guess. But yeah, not really. Like, you know, mansplaining to somebody, I guess you could kind of say that's toxic masculinity, but not really. That's just a dude who, like, he probably does it with other guys too. Like, if he's looking at a woman like she's a damsel in distress all the time, which I do have a friend who's like that, by the way, and he always gets taken for a ride and loses all his money to whatever girl. And it's great because he never learns. It's like, dude, she's not some damsel in distress. She had 3 guys run a train on her at the last party. What the fuck are you doing, you putz? That kind of thing. It's going to be crazy when I go back in here with a brush. I'll tell you that much. I have to go over this with the I'm gonna have to go over this with that real dark yellow and then come in with the real high yellow. It's gonna make this thing pop. Yeah. When I was talking, last night when I was talking to Rogue about being 30K in debt, yeah, when I got married, that's correct. I made a mistake. I was 30K in debt. The whole thing is, I got a little bit in the bank now. The point to that story wasn't, hey, you don't know what you're doing, all this other stuff. The point to that story is that I already fucked up, fixed it, came back 10 times stronger, no longer 30K in debt, and was able to fix it. So don't make the same mistake I did and go 30K in debt. And I don't consider that talking shit either, Ian. That's you're right. You're not wrong. But that's why I was telling Rogue that. Because Rogue already knows the whole story, right? Of all that. But me reminding him of it is because I don't want to see him have to go 30K in debt and then come back out of 30K in debt. And because he will eventually. He's not one that's going to lay it down. But the whole thing is, look, I fucked up. I fixed it. This is what I did to fix it. It's a teachable moment from my own fuck up. If I don't use my mistakes to better somebody else's life, like that was kind of the point to that whole conversation, was I don't want to see him get into a struggle and fuck up. I want him to be able to avoid that pitfall. And to be fair, it's the same thing I did with my children. Right? Now, Rogue's not my kid. I love Rogue. He's my brother. But at the same point in time, I don't want to see anybody get trapped behind credit cards. Getting out of credit card debt, school debt, your college student loan debt. Dude, it's fucking difficult as shit. Like, it was not easy. But that's the important part is, reminding Rogue, like, hey, this can happen, brother. I did it. I did it myself. I fucked up this way myself. And Rogue knowing that I did, and also knowing where I'm at in life and all that kind of stuff, I'm blessed. Right? But the whole thing is, when it comes to people I care about, and I do care about Rogue, I actually care a lot about David too. I worry about him being over in England and everything with shit going on over there. I really care about those guys. We've been friends for a lot of years. I care a ton about Smurf, there's a reason why we still play games together. We still talk all the time. Why I can grab Rogue and throw him into conversation, all that kind of shit. But the whole thing is with the younger ones, like Smurf, there's no advice I can give Smurf. He's a full ass man. Like, he's 50 years old almost. If he wants to go out and do dumb shit, he can go do all the dumb shit he wants. My buddy Twisted's like that too. My buddy Twisted does shit where I'm like, brother, why the fuck do you do this? And we've had this conversation, but he's living his life. I can say something to him. Doesn't have to take my advice, but I give it anyway because, hey, maybe he'll listen to it. Maybe it'll help him a little bit somewhere. Right? With Rogue, with David, they're starting out in life. And sometimes when you're that young, there may be an angle that you overlook or something you didn't fucking see. And you're like, yeah, I thought I had it all planned out, but there was this one fucking thing. So if I can help him find any kind of angle that's going to sink his ass, I'm going to make sure he doesn't fall. And that's me being a good friend. In my opinion, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm an asshole for pointing stuff out to him, or, but that's me being his friend. That's me being his brother and looking out for him because I care about him. Rogue has it figured out, but you think he's got it figured out. But again, there's a lot of stuff where you may think I have it all figured out, or you have it all figured out, or whatever. There's always an angle that can hit you from the side that maybe you saw coming that I didn't see coming. Maybe there's an angle I see from the side that it's going to hit you that you didn't see coming, but I did. If I don't put it out there, you don't see it. And you know what I mean? At least this way, it's out there. You go, no, I can cross that off the checklist. It's really just watching each other's asses, basically. Well, not literally, because, some people will yell sexual harassment, but, it's really watching each other's backs to make sure that we don't get hit sideways by outside things that we could have possibly avoided if somebody had just opened their fucking mouth. Yeah, well, I mean, he's getting married, right? And he just bought the house. Now, granted, his life changed drastically since he's bought the house with the girlfriend. It's now the fiance, all that kind of stuff. And shout out to her. She's an amazing girl from everything I've heard. Every angle I've heard, she's a great person. And I'm actually really, really happy for him when it comes to that. Like, super happy for Rogue. Because he deserves it. He's a great guy. But yeah, selling the house, you know what I mean? You're talking major life changes. And, you're changing course like that. I think that's the reason why Rogue actually looks at me. I'm not Rogue's best friend or some shit like this. He's got best friends in real life. But I am his good friend. And part of the reason I think we're good friends is because we watch each other's backs. Beans, that one is fucking crazy. Yeah, and there's no lies or no made up bullshit with that story right there either. Like, you worked your fucking ass off. Like, and that's why she said she renounced her Jamaican, because it's like that old skit with the Jamaican that worked like, oh, you only got 3 jobs? I got 7. Like, Beans worked very, very hard to get where she is, and she earned it all herself, and she enjoyed the fruits of those labors too. You fucking beyond earned them. And like, same thing for you, Ian. Like, you got to where you're at, where you got grandkids. Enjoy the shit out of that. Hell yeah. And that's what I mean. 48K was a bigger debt than I had to dig out of. Holy shit. And got the house. And I bought the house. I even got me one of these Taiwanese sex slaves from overseas. I just ordered it. That was my 4th job I never told you guys about. And now that sex slave, it's not for me. It's for other people. When they come by to visit my house, I serve them lemonade, a nice piece of quiche, and then say, hey, do you want to take that downstairs? And the gimp comes out, and you can go down there with him. That's how I roll. I work so hard and build up so much loot that now I flush my toilet. I only use Perrier water, because Perrier water my poop's too good for normal tap. I am not rich by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not a millionaire. I am comfortable middle class. And I'm all right with that. I'm actually happy. Like my life's a content, good life. I get to I I don't spend money frivolously or on dumb shit, right? Well, I kind of do, but I have my hobbies. That's the dumb shit I'm talking about, or buying a video game, or you know what I mean. Like right now, I'm looking at a 3D printer that's a FDM because I can do the bigger bases and what have you with it. They'll be lighter and more cost effective. But putting out money for the machine is going to suck. It's like the machine I was looking at like a $300 one. The wife's like, if I can get the $400 one, it's better, And I was like, that's still a deal because they're normally $600, but they're on sale. That kind of thing. But I had the ability to do that because I don't do that all the time. Like there was a point in my life where I used to do that all the time. Like I would walk into a store and be like, oh shit, new CD, boom, have to buy it. I didn't need that fucking new CD. I listened to one song on that CD. I listened to it 10 times and then put the CD aside and it collected fucking dust. What the fuck did I even buy the CD for? It's useless shit like that. And you know something? God bless you for that one, Beans. That was the smart move. That was the correct move. My opinion. I think that sometimes that's the correct move. Sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes things are so broken. Sometimes you can hang in there, you can fight it out, make everything work, and everything's great. And you can get through it, and you get through it as a team. You work at it as I'm gonna say compatriots, but yeah, equals and partners and stuff, right? And you fight for it. There's other times where you got to look at it and go, yeah, this is fucked. And just cut bait and move on. Some stuff's worth fighting for. But if you get to a point where you're just, everything is always a fight for no fucking reason, cut bait. It shouldn't be that difficult. Not all the time. You were content early on. Did you no good? Therapy sessions with GAM. No, just honest truth with GAM. Candid truth. We're being honest. I mean, trust me. I look back at shit and I don't regret it. I'm disappointed in myself with some of the shit, but I don't regret it because I learned lessons from it and I was able to build. You know what I mean? It built me as a person. And now I look back at that time and I go, geez, what the fuck was I thinking? Right. But I look back at that time and it's like, I wouldn't appreciate the time I'm in now if I didn't have those times before or hadn't made those mistakes. Like I would have been doing the same shit over and over again. Like I would have just been on repeat thinking everything was fine and it wasn't. I mean, I got the closest I came to regretting something, right? The absolute closest I have ever come to where it was like a full on, my God, I will regret this for the rest of my life. But the last time I talked to my best friend before he passed, he went on vacation for like a week with his family down to Wildwood, His family had a house down in Wildwood, and it was the last time I talked to him. That's when he gave me the song. Actually, the song that I use every intro, right, is one that he wrote. He was like, "Oh yeah, man," because I had messaged him on my cell phone, and we both hopped on Xbox Live and had a conversation about it because I needed music. I was thinking about doing a YouTube channel, and man, I can't believe he's been gone for. It's going to be 7 years soon, but we had this whole conversation and everything else. And right as we were ending the conversation, I said to him, which I rarely said to him, I said it to him here and there, and he'd say it to me here and there, just out of the blue, right? But I got lucky because the last thing I said to him was, "Yeah, I love you, brother. Thank you again for, the song. Thank you for everything." And he said, "I love you too, man. You know I got you always, blah, blah, blah. I'll see you when I get back." And that was the last time I ever spoke to him. But the fact I was able to tell him I love him and thank you and all that, like I got lucky. So every time I talk to my buddy Bubba on the phone, right? Bubba actually introduced me to my buddy Guido. I've known Bubba longer than everybody. He was the first one out of that group of guys that I was actually seriously close with. Every time I get off the phone with Bubba, we hang up, I tell Bubba I love him. And Bubba tells me he loves me back. No homo, you know what I mean? Just, you're my brother, I love you. But we always say that just in case it's the last time we talk. Yeah, I've noticed that one, Ian, especially when you had a couple. I mean, but it's always appreciated. I get where you're going with it. I mean, I can understand it too because, like I said, people check out, and sometimes it's so unexpected in weird circumstances that it catches you, and it catches you fucked up, and you're like, "Damn, I really should have told." Like Rogue when he was still around, what a good dude he was, or things like this, like it fucks with you because look, there's two things we're all gonna do, right? We're all gonna be born and we're all gonna die. Anything in between is a roll of the fucking dice. And nobody has like a magic stopwatch on their arm that says, "Yep, you're gonna die in 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 5 seconds." And cause of death, what's this? Oh, you choked to death on a Jolly Rancher, right? Like shit hits you sideways sometimes. I've heard that, Beans. I've heard that about you. You tell Six that all the time. So, Beans, did I tell you what I thought? I said this to my wife too. I want to hear what your take is on it, right? And I don't know if I said this when I was doing the trailer review for he him in the crayon box of the universe. But how cool would it have been if when that dude held aloft the magic sword and said, "By the power of Grayskull," and like the electricity hit him and everything else, and then he stepped forward out of the lightning and the smoke and the shadows and everything, and it was Henry Cavill. Like, could you imagine? Like my wife turned to me and said I would have bought the ticket now. I was like, "Fuck you." Yeah, yeah. The wife was like, "I would have bought tickets now." I was just like, "Yeah, fuck you." How do I want to do you, buddy? Go lighter. Don't want to go darker. Let's see how this looks so far. I definitely say this is yellow. Okay. For some reason, I remember this shit being all about his legs. And it is. Good Lord. I gotta remember how to put this shit together. Shout out to fucking Wicked and those guys. They fucking always do awesome stuff. God damn it, if it ain't tricky. I know he comes out of this flame. This hooks into a leg like that. This arm grabs the other leg, I want to say like this. Which means this arm comes out over here and under like that somehow. Shit, this is going to be a fun one to put together, guys. Let me see. I know this. This goes in here somewhere. Somewhere into the model. This shit goes. Let's say this goes. I'm going to say that goes like that, but it goes actually in the slot. There's a slot here somewhere. There it is. This piece. Where the fuck do you go? You go up here, don't you? You fucking bastard. Okay. So this actually. I have that in the wrong slot or something. Damn it, Beavis. I gotta remember how this shit goes together. So when I'm painting it correctly. Okay, I gotta slide the side slot like that. I got that slot there. That goes like that. I am fucking whooped. What a fucking long ass day. Come on. There's still another piece that goes back there, by the way, guys. That goes like that. His other, that's what goes back there, too. Where's that other leg? He's stepping forward. So this base goes like this. Hitting the highlights on this thing is going to be fucking interesting. I'm still going to have to tone up the color brighter, too. Maybe even using the neons. Let's see if I can find the arms. So the arm, it looks, at least it doesn't look goofy. Let's see. No. All right, there we go. Wait a minute. Holy shit. What happened to the camera? Window capture, audio capture, video capture. 1 second, guys. I think the camera shit the bed because my hand's actually on the model. Yeah, there we go. Have a good night, Ian. I cannot do movie night. If I do movie night, there is no way I can do it on YouTube. I will get nailed with copyright. I've tried to do it 6 different ways, and every time, like it's no fail. Like I look into it, and it doesn't work. Like they definitely figured, people must have been doing that shit and figured it out. StreamYard has nothing to do with it, or OBS. They both basically do the same job. Do a soft build on Sinestro real quick. All right. Build the arms. Mr. Sinestro's head goes in like that. I'm going to have to go into white. Yep. Okay. Like I just did minor full build on Sinestro, which is crazy because everybody knows when I do these, I always do the top half of the model first, and it's always like, oh, I got to do the fucking base next, and I'll do that off screen and all this and off stream. This time I'm actually going base up because I kind of have to. I'm thinking though, I'm not liking the way the lantern mixes in with all the other yellow. I'm thinking the lantern is going gold. We could get away with it on Discord, but I'll tell you now, it's difficult to do, right? And the other part of it is, while it will capture, I'm going to have to figure out why Discord isn't capturing my desktop audio. It'll capture my microphone. It'll capture my camera. If I open a camera program, I can share that screen, but it won't capture the audio from whatever I'm watching. I'm still working on a fix. If I can figure out a fix for it, I could do Discord, but then again, I'd also have to have everybody together that wants to do a movie night, and it'll be a lot easier, you know. This way, I don't exclude Stranded either. I know she likes watching movies and shit. Might be easier that way. Definitely going to be tricky. Is the best way to put it. It's like trying to rock a rhyme that's right in time. It's tricky. Tricky, yeah. It's tricky to rock a rhyme. Rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky. But it's definitely dangerous. Definitely tricky if I try to do anything with YouTube with it. Like, it is come to my attention that, and is definitely apparent, that YouTube had people that must have been watching full movies or something on there and going fair use, and then doing like 2 seconds of commentary, watching an hour of movie, half hour movie, then doing more commentary. And the movie companies must have gotten on their ass about it. I mean, I've definitely seen that, but I don't know how you get it. Like, are they doing new release movies? Are they doing old movies? I mean, if I set it on private, hold on, I can even show you. Well, maybe I can show you if I can actually open my tab right. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't make a difference if you're on StreamYard or OBS. Like they do the same thing. You're broadcasting from a computer, a TV, whatever. Grab the wrong friggin' keyboard. Hello, puppy. Here you go. I'll pop it open now and just show you exactly what I looked at. And I'll read it off to you if you need, because I know it's difficult to read. If I show a movie on a private stream on YouTube, will I get a copyright strike? Yes, you can receive a copyright strike for showing a movie on a private YouTube stream. YouTube's Content ID system scans all live streams and uploaded content, copyrighted material, regardless of privacy settings. While less likely to be detected instantly compared to public streams, a private stream still constitutes a violation of copyright and can result in the stream being terminated, receiving a strike, or having the video blocked. And key points: automatic detection, live stream risk, copyright strikes. If a rights holder finds the content, they can issue a manual strike even if the video is not public, which can lead to channel termination. Private is not exempt. Policies against using third-party content without authorization apply to all content on the platform. She does hers through voice on Discord. I can do that. It's not hard. The problem is, how do I get people in there? Oh shit. You know what? It might also help if I show you exactly what I was just reading off. That's what I was reading, by the way, right there. Like, sorry about that one. I forgot to switch it over. I'm in the studio mode on here. If I can figure out how to get the audio to play on Discord in the stream, I could stream the movie on Discord. And yes, the way you stream is you go into the voice channel and then you click on it. You're like, anybody else can click on it and then just click on the person who's streaming screen and you can see it. You just share this. I just have to share the screen and stream it out through there. What, puppy? Stop it. You're being a nudge. You know you're being a nudge, puppy. Yes, you coming over here. You come here. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, it's going to be up to you guys if you guys want to do that. I mean, I've given up. I've pretty much given up the fight with, oh well, getting monetized on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna paint this stuff, keep the streams running, and all that. I'm not quitting streaming. I'm definitely not quitting the way I am on streams for the most part. There were certain angles that, certain things like the political stuff and religious stuff and all. I've decided I'm done with it. Because it's not helping anybody. It's just not. You can get it from 500 different sources, and everybody's going to make up their own damn mind, and all it's going to do is cause arguments and discourse among the community. So I would rather just, I'd rather be creative, paint, and have fun. And I think it's a better format, in my opinion. And maybe I'll get different subscribers this way. I don't know. Oh, there's no giving up. You haven't heard me say I'm going to quit, right? And trust me, if I was going to just stop streaming, period, end of sentence, I would let everybody know that I've made a decision, and I wouldn't be like I'm making a decision now and it's my last stream or some shit. It would be like I'm going to go 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is, like leaving a job. You don't just quit the fucking job. You give them your notice. But everybody's been so respectful, loyal, and kind enough to give me their time. In certain cases, people who tip their Witcher, they definitely even gave me money at that point, I guess you could say, or showed it in that form too. So I'm not that person that just cuts and runs, unless I end up in the hospital and on life support or something. Then there's no stream. That's not my fault. Okay, but anything shy of that, if I can't stream, I let everybody know. Look, I can't make it tonight or what have you. I need a week off. I need a brain break. Let you guys know. Did it sound like I was having fun when I was tearing apart trailers tonight? Making fun of, like he, him, and the crayon box of the universe. Do 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 do. Did it sound like I was having fun? Did it sound like well, I know you weren't in the chat, but it seemed like a lot of people in the chat had fun. You even said you laughed. So yeah, I do. Like I have fun with it. It's not just that. I like creating this shit and doing this painting stuff, and you guys can see me working through it in real time. So it's not just I show you a pile of black pieces and all of a sudden this assembled model that's fully painted and ready to rock and roll. You guys can see like, fuck, the airbrush jammed. This color yellow is not the color yellow I really wanted to hit. So now I've got to adjust it and do this with it. And hey guys, I'm going to add a little white here and try and make this pop a little more. You guys can see like the thought process because, hey, maybe one day you want to paint one of these things. And if that's the case, like you can use it as a guide in a way. Having a mouse, two mice and two keyboards that are identical, but for different systems sometimes is brutal. I also have this thing where if I feel like something's kind of fucking boring to me, like, okay, take last night. I put on Titanfall and I'm like, yeah, this game's kind of fun or what have you. I remember it being fun. Is it any good? And I started to play it And I was just like, yeah, no, this sucks on stream. This is gonna be boring as shit because it's a grindy game, right? But it's not like seriously action based. And I'm like, it is to me playing it, but to watch it, it's got to be boring as shit. Like I'm just killing a whole bunch of stuff over and over again. Um, it's not like Ready or Not where I go and hunt down Epstein clients. Dog, you are a nudge. If you're not a good boy, you don't get a good boy thing, dog. Oh my goodness. What is up? Huh? What's the matter? Are you choking on something? You're just being a dickhead. I gotta watch. You are choking on something. What the fuck did you eat? Give me 1 minute. I will be right back. Yeah, I love Valheim too. As a matter of fact, the ending's coming real soon. Sorry about that. So yeah, I just walked out in the yard. There were 6 deer in my front yard. Like 6 of them. Like I had to restrain the dog. And not like it looked like they were all does, but they were big. That makes me wonder. Maybe I'm gonna get smashed by the storm too. Shout out to all 3 of them. Yeah, if we lose people along the way too. Those are 3 we lost along the way. I still want to. I just so the other 2, I know what happened with them, right? Sheree still is like a fucking mystery to me. I mean, shout out to Sheree. I miss her. She really was here the entire time. Yeah, these were in my yard. I mean, I get them in my yard. I used to have them in my backyard constantly. These were out in my front yard. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, it was a herd of deer. Because not only did they take off into the side woods, but then I could hear them across the street, like sprinting out because the other ones are running. You know what I mean? So there was definitely more of them. I don't know what's up with that. I'm going to try a little bit of this. I'm not even going to use a palette or anything. I'm just going to go do a dab. No, I mean, animals absolutely sense things. So I don't know what's coming, what's happening outside of that storm coming, but the weather condition here is much different than it is where you're at, you know? Right now I'm like heartbroken because my dog wants to just play. He's a pup. He's 3 years old. Well, yeah, he just turned 3. And he wants to play. That's all he wants to do. Actually, no. Yeah, he is 3. You're 2 or 3 years old. You can't even tell me. But he wants to play. And he has a tear in his Achilles, his ACL right now, so he can't exactly play. Let's see how these veins look. This color. Too dark. I'm going to say that's way too dark. So I have to keep yelling at him to calm down and relax and everything else. It's the roughest thing I've had to do with this dog since I've had him. One of the aspects I love about him is he likes to play. He's a party time pup. Yeah, I think that yellow, I mean, it would be good for shading, but not on this. It's too dark. Let's step it up a notch. Sun yellow. Let's try this sun yellow. You're going to tennies. I mean, here a power going down is a real concern, because I'm pretty far out there, so it takes a while for him to get my power back. I don't know if I like this color. Well, let me see. I gotta kind of erase the other color first. Go to a part that isn't. That's a little bit better. I hate working through colors sometimes. You get the old color on there. That isn't the right color, and it's going to darken everything. You got to kind of like wipe it out. Yeah. That color's better. I'm going to have to two-step this. And now for the final test color. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm fine with not having. Whole thing is here, I don't even turn the heat on in the winter. The house, because the house was built in like 99, I don't know what insulation they used. It's all brick and all that, but it retains heat pretty fucking good. Like we have not turned the heat on in probably about 5 years. Air conditioning on now, that's a whole different matter. Air conditioning's like that shit is on whenever it can be. All right. Fluorescent green or fluorescent yellow. I think that's what I want to do. I just don't want to go heavy-handed with this. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking the fluorescent yellow is the way to go on this. So that inlay is like that because I tried doing it with the darks. I'm going with fluorescent yellow. Well, we have the sunroom, right? That's probably where that's almost all glass. And that sucker through, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, it's at least 80 degrees in there, even with the AC running. The sun's up, it's 80 degrees in that room. It's fucking hot. Yeah, the fluorescent yellow I think does give it some depth. I'm gonna attempt that shit on the back of this hand and see what we get. Like maybe up the side of these knuckles a little bit. I just want to see laying in some of this fluorescent really kind of makes it pop. I have to go sparingly. This is going to be a bear to do too. And I'm going to have to, like how I'm missing yellow here, that's got to get filled in. Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking for. Given that kind of pop. Still so on it. What's this one? That's special effects. Ugh. This stuff kind of hits a little nasty, if I'm being honest. Let's see what we got. Oh. This color is called Bile. And it's hard to see. Does kind of look like bile. Haven't thrown some of out of my stomach. Oh, that's like, it's like a green mixed with a gloss. All right, that's got to come off. Matter of fact. I think my best bet, to be honest with you, looking at this and the way it's going. Because I'm step notching. It's at moon yellow right now. Well, actually, it's flat yellow into moon yellow at this point. I'm thinking. This is called toxic yellow. This is supposed to be the highlight. More like a cream type color, but this is what I'm thinking is I may want to step up the yellow into actual white. Because the whole problem here is, and I knew it was going to be an issue when I first started painting, Parallax is a being of light. So he should look like light, which means that the white should actually probably be an accent, and that's kind of what that does. It accents it up a notch. I got to see how that dries. It's messed up. I'm sitting here like doing 3 different paint jobs, trying to figure out which one actually is the way I want to step. Let's see what it does to the knuckle and the tendons. I don't know about this. I don't know about this creamy white like this. It's like a half yellow, half white. I don't know that I like the highlight of it. I think going down that with a yellow into a white would be more poppy. Let's see. No, I think that looks off too, which is fine. It just means I got to hit him again with a different yellow. I'm actually thinking the flat yellow is more akin, and then the white, because I'm looking here at the flame where that white comes out. It actually is making it the yellow pop a little bit more, the white contrast. So I think I need to make it go to a white. I think if I use a little dot again. Which is crazy because I just used a whole shit ton of this white as primer because my white primer sucks. I think if I go in here like this. These flames. Ah, shit, I fucked that up. It's fine. Like I said, I'm not worried about it. I'm at the fuck around, find out stage till I find the actual thing that is going to make this pop the way I want it to. I'm thinking if I come in with white on it, break the flame with the white, it kind of gives it a light pop. But then I need something to go over the white with, like very gentle. Which one looked nice and natural? This one? Or this one? Oh, there we go. That one. This one's the neon. This one is, I don't even remember what the hell the yellow is. That is the white. Breaking it up. But I'm thinking if I come in, I need flat yellow. Where the fuck did I see flat yellow? The cream one? Okay, yeah, that's the toxic yellow is what that one's called. Right, that's just it though. You called it the cream one. It's like, yeah, it looks like cream to me too. What color is that? Oh, sun yellow. Okay, yeah, it goes back to the set. Hmm. I definitely need to set up a paint rack for these things so I can just fast select. And the only problem with me setting up a thing for these paints is that I got to tell my wife she was right. She said it. She said it to me before. You know, you really should get this, and then you can display all your paint. No, no, no. No, no, no. Let's see how this yellow lays on here. Also do possibly an overlay with the other yellow. This yellow's almost isn't matching, but it's fucking close. Shit. I think I might have the combination though. The only problem is that I need to use this flat yellow as the base. So I'm going to have to base coat again. Because it is one shade darker than the other yellow that's already there. Yeah, I think this is going to be the key. I think I'm going to need to base coat in this yellow. And then overlay with this yellow. Like these highlights would then become that yellow. And then notch it out from there. Because that actually popped. Yeah, here you go. Show you what I mean. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to, if I can actually get it to pick up the damn paint, not my fingers. So this yellow that's inlaid here will be the base coat, and then I'm looking at it like I have to do it like a reverse highlight, which is going to be rough. Man, this was the fear with doing Sinestro. How do you paint yellow light? How is it laid out in the... I should grab a comic book and see how the colorer did it to make it look correct. Now I'm going over the cream with this stuff. I just want to see how it lays in on veins, everything else. Actually gives it a bit of shadow and contrast. Sorry, I'm puzzling stuff out. Like, I think it's still too orange. I mean, yeah, I'm not terribly worried about it. Like I said, I'll just hit this with the flat yellow again. Speaking of which, I go over that with moon yellow last time. Going back, I'm going to try hitting it with this flat yellow real fast. Yeah, that's what I thought. Flat yellow. As it all absorbed right in there. Actually, that flat yellow might be the highlight I need. Huh. Oh, I don't know. Oh. There's a lot of orange in the fire part. I'm going to take a look now. You know, the whole thing is normally I pull the damn comics. I didn't do that this time, and I really should have. I'm usually really good about it. See, so the light coming off Sinestro's ring, like in this, look how bright that yellow is. There's a bit of orange in the backdrop or whatever to give it the depth, like down here. But everything, all the other rest of it is a bright ass yellow. I have this damn comic too. Here's actually a picture of Parallax carrying Sinestro. And you know what? You are correct, by the way. The actual understructure of Parallax, like all underneath and around like the ridges, are looking like they are in orange. And then they're going into a yellow. Sinestro number 3. Okay. I know I got to pull that comic book next time for Parallax. Let me see what other Sinestro comic covers they have here. That's not a good one. Oh, yeah, the Forever Evil comic. Yeah, that one's got the fire kind of right. Yeah, see like the fire behind his head. It's basically white fading out into yellow and then into oranges, which it doesn't even, it's hard to pick it up. That's a good shout out. I mean, legitimately very good shout out about that. But I'm just looking, and like I said, I now know Sinestro number 3 is in the grip of Parallax, is what it's called. And I have that in the back room. I just got to pull it. Actually, you know what's funny? I have this figure, I believe. Actually, I might have the blue one. Now I'm thinking about it. Even then, that yellow, it like I'm actually going to do him more like this, where it's more of a gold coloring on him instead of a yellow. I like the gold better. It looks like he's ready to jack people up. Definitely a work in progress. But yeah, so Sinestro #3, I got to pull that comic. I don't know. It's definitely for a next time. I'm fucking whooped. I'm walloped. My ass is grass, so to speak. I hate that picture of him. Give me a good picture of Thal Sinestro. It's a pretty good one. Yeah, the darkest parts of the fire are orange. Oh. What do we got? Smoke my last cigarette. Remember what I said. And turn the page. I hope everybody had fun tonight. At the very least. As I'm doing this mess. Oh shit. For some reason my chat didn't display right. It is on screen. My chat cut the fuck out. Hold on a second. Let me refresh the stream. I can't even read what you guys are saying if you're saying shit. You guys are talking smack or, being nice. You guys are awesome too. I got up to 10 likes. I appreciate the hell out of that. Yeah, well, that's just it. Thal Sinestro is like this weird pinkish purple. Like, it's not Thanos. Thanos is purple with highlights of pink to it. Thal Sinestro is the opposite. He's like pink with like little highlights of purple. Like, it's weird. It looks most like the highlights. Definitely, I think I'm gonna have to go in with the fluorescent yellow. But I think I need to rack outline them in orange and then come in with the yellow heavy and change it over. Good night, Melissa, and thank you. You're awesome. I showed poor Perry the He-Man trailer, and when I got to the he-him part, Perry was just like, he rage quit. He was like, oh no, this shit's going to be woke as fuck. I'm out. Yeah, it was hysterical. He's like, I'm gonna go wash away the stink of this place in Minecraft. Good on Perry. That was awesome. Yeah, it's this color combo is gonna be fucking brutal. The more and more I look at it. Because the problem is I'm staring at this yellow and it burns your retinas after a minute. No wonder it's the color of fear. I also feel like I should probably hit that again with another coating of white in certain places. Brighten it up. Brighten up the yellow. Like, I thought Sinestro, like doing his body and all that, was going to be the difficult part of this one. That seems like outside of the face is going to be a pain in the ass any which way. The lantern, the body, and all that kind of stuff, I think that's going to be actually easy in this case, and the base is going to be a bitch. You know, for if it was a Green Lantern, I've got clear green acrylic or clear green resin. I would just reprint this in green, right? And do the flames all in green, do the animal in green, and all that. And it would I wouldn't even have to paint it. It would just look like it's supposed to, like naturally with light in the room. But because this shit's yellow and there's no yellow clear resin, it's gonna be a bitch. Lantern's going to be gold like his, whatever color his suit is, that's the color the lantern's going to be. It's going to match. Because when I put the lantern in here, it blended right in with the fire and got lost in the shuffle. I think if it's gold, it'll pull the eye more. And then Sinestro, the way it sits in there, if I can get it to sit in there, what was it? It went like this. Right. So the lantern sits in there like this. If the lantern's gold, it's going to pull from the fire. And then Sinestro core symbol, which is right here. There's your Sinestro core symbol. I'm either going to pop that out in white, or I may do that in you know what? I may do that in neon. I may do that in like that color to give it pop. I'm not sure yet. I may even do it in just white. The symbol on his chest is white. Like you would think it would be a yellow symbol that's glowing. It's actually white. On Atrocitus, I think the symbol's white as well. But I might even just do it in gold. And then leave behind the symbol. I don't know if I want to keep that yellow or I want to take that to a different color as well. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, that lantern sits in there. Because if I pop it, like, it's one of those damned if I do, damned if I don't, right? Because I can't make the lantern like a bunch of different metallic colors. It won't look correct. So it's got to be one solid color. Like if it was Green Lantern, I would do it in pretty much the Christmas tree green, which is what it's called for the folk art. I don't know that I have a metallic green, so I would thin out some green paint with water and then put down silver and overlay it with green to make it pop. But because it's yellow, I'm thinking gold. I think if I'm doing Sinestro in gold across this whole suit, then I should do the lantern in gold too. It just stands. It draws the eye to it. And then good old Parallax. Like doing him and nailing him outright is going to be rough. I mean, I'm half tempted to even make him. I'm half tempted to take Parallax, re-white him, and then go with a very, very fine, thin coat of yellow. Like thin out my yellow and mix it with white to get it as almost as pale as possible. So it's not that cream color, but it's a very pale yellow. Like if I were doing it in folk art. Let's see if I can't get this one. Of course, I pushed it back in like an ass. fucking yellow, you son of a bitch. Oh my god. Right? This yellow is called lemonade. It's a step up from that cream yellow that I used. So here's the, well, actually, you know what? They're pretty damn close. So I kind of see what that looks like. Definitely need a yellow that pops. I don't know why I'm pulling orange. That's the part I got to figure out. Like for some reason, this part of Parallax, he's pulling like a brighter yellow than the flames are. Like the flames are a little bit darker than he is. I'm gonna have to fuck around. Great, thin out the yellow to white. Yeah. Yes, the suit is black and gold. And like it screwed me up because I'm looking at it and like I'm thinking of Sinestro and I'm like, okay, if you look at like if we look at this part of his body, you have this padding here. Get it in there so the camera actually picks it up. You have padding in here on his legs, right? And I'm like, okay, so I'd probably do the padding in like a yellow. You got the separating line here. So this is probably going to be yellow back here. And then I look at the fucking picture of him in the comic and he's like, he's just black and black from the waist down. I'm like, son of a bitch. I'm going to have to paint this in off black. You think he's going to be in the top 5? It depends. If I do it correct, he could be. If I do this wrong, it's going to be one of the shittier models I've done, and I'm going to be sad about that because I really want him to pop. The one thing these guys put amazing detail into their work. One of the things that pissed me off though is, remember, he's standing in the middle of the flames, right? So here's your flames. Okay, that's awesome looking. You got a whole dynamic going on. If you look at the actual damn base, there's Sinestro's symbol. Why did you put the symbol on the fucking base when I'm going to just cover the damn thing? You can't even see the symbol. He's going to be stood here like his leg. Where the hell's that leg? Give me his leg. His leg's going to be like, one's going to be here and the other one's going to be back here. So when you do that, like you can't see anything to do with that symbol that's under there. So why even put the symbol there? Just make it a smooth spot. Like you worked harder, brother. But I mean, I know it's there, but anybody who looks at it isn't going to know, which sucks. I'm looking at this and let me look at this front part real quick while I'm still smoking. I'm going to go to that color again. That was my sun yellow. Oh, shit. Granted, you know, I really should be using my wet palette for this. But since I'm just doing testings, to see, I'm not going to funk up my wet palette right before I'm about to shut it down, you know? Let me see something. that in there. Bring that up. Really blend it, like wet blend. Bring that in there. Let's see, do I still got paint? I still got a little paint to work with. Do this under shading, right? Is that making it pop? That's the question. Fix that. Is the under shading actually making it pop? Is that making the yellow appear brighter on camera? So if that's the case, then I do it that way. This. I got to figure out which yellow is brighter. I just threw. I don't even know how the hell I did that one, but I just did it. My spill cup or whatever, or my toss cup, my airbrush. I caught it on the edge of my brush and just threw it like an ass, and actually just dunked that right into the paint I was about to use. What an idiot! Yeah, it's definitely crash time for GAM. Let me see. Come in here with moon yellow on this highlight. On this flat part too. Come on, pull out a little bit more. Is this fading to orange is the question. Come in under here, over here. I think I'm getting more of an orange effect than I am a yellow. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying too. Like the yellow on his hand, that's a kind of knock you on your ass yellow that I'm looking for. Yeah, yeah. I 1,000% agree with what you just said. Like fire, like the bright part of fire, which is what this one is. This was the yellow I used in the fire. Let me see something. I'm going to do this real quick, even though I'm like done my cigarette and should be logged off, right? Man, I'm cleaning my airbrush tomorrow too. First thing I'm going to do, because this thing is going to jam up if not. I haven't cleaned it in, like, actual cleaned it in a couple uses. Love it when it does that. All right, blew out the brush. I just want to see if I'm sure there's not shit stuck in there. Like 2 drops of this. I don't need to go spilling a shit ton of this out. Just a little bit. Okay, not that little. Come back over it like that. I want to see how this dries. The other thing is, it could be because I have the green screen underneath of it. Could be also forcing the green hue on it. Be honest with you, the person that I really need to run this shit past is legitimately my wife. My wife is so good with color. She can look at it and be like, "Oh, you're pulling, this color. If you add 2 drops of this and one, like literally like a fucking chemist with it, you know." At times, like she does her own nails, all that. Well, I mean, she sells sets of nails to people, but she legit, her career, if she didn't take the career she was on, she would have been an amazing nail tech. Let me just hit air on this, see if we can't get this dry a little quicker. A little too hard there. That should be good with the air. See what we're looking at. It's crazy. On camera, you can't even see the blend in. But it's there. The warmer yellow. Yeah, like I said, I don't think, as a matter of fact, I know. This yellow looks like almost green on camera, right? Hold on. I gotta find it. I got the fucking settings somewhere in here. The color that you are seeing on the camera is not the color I am seeing. Oh, that's definitely not the right color. Neither is that. Shit. I need to balance out my Like it's something with like on the camera, it looks correct. It looks correct to me. On when I look at like if you look at my hand looks like it's fucking bright pink right now. It's not. Actually, nope, still that's too bright. I know what colors I'm looking at. I'm looking at my or the screen as I'm doing this. Go back to let me see ST. Nope. Nope. Let me try something. Yeah, see, like the camera is not detecting. Well, the camera's detecting. The software at the computer end of shit isn't picking up the fucking color. It looks like this looks almost like a neon yellow, right on the screen. It's not. Right in here, this part right where my fingernail is basically a school bus yellow. Chroma key color correction. Contrast balance, saturation. Is that the way it looks on camera? That is the way it looks on fucking camera. This is actually now you can kind of see the colors. Yeah, see the school bus yellow that's in there, and honestly, it's way too bright. It's oh god. Let me go back into color correction. No, where's my filters? Yeah, see. Let me hit defaults. Saturation. Hue shift. Opacity. It's magical. I'm in the stars. That's gonna stay there. Color multiplier. Brightness a little no. Am I actually catching what is there? I am to an extent. That hue shift a little. Let me see. Yeah, see, man, I'm gonna have to fuck around with this. The color correction is not correct. Is the only way I can describe it. Let's see something if I do this. It's something with the light. It's pulling on it weird. Like I'm getting way too bright here. It's not that bright in my hand. Like that's barely any light hitting it. Even if I turn this all the way off, now we're in darkness. Actually, to tell you the truth, now you can actually kind of see the color, and it's just color corrected. What the fuck? What's this damn thing doing? You know, this is what happens. You get nice equipment. You gotta figure out how to use it. But yeah, you can kind of see now. Oh no, it just, oh my god. Why is that doing that? Trash this. Try color keying this. No. What's the Luma do for me? Luma Max. That ain't it. Good lord. That's a lot. No. Way too sharp. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the camera. Like at first I thought it was the camera, and then I'm looking at through the viewfinder on the camera, and it's not that. It's 1000% something to do with the software adjusting when I get it close to the camera like this. All of a sudden, see how it's turning green? It's not turning green on the camera. It's turning green in the program. Like the program can't read the yellow. It's the weirdest shit. I mean, if I do a zoom in on it, you can see it a little bit better. But you see what I mean about the school bus yellow in there? When I'm done with it, Hal's going to be jealous of Thal. You know, well, it's Thal. Thal. Yeah, kind of says, put some respect on Cindy's name, right? Shit. I mean, it kind of looks right. I have to do the same thing with the back end of this fire and the interior of that fire and his wings and his body. This is going to be a project. All right. I stayed for like extra half hour being an asshole with my camera. I appreciate every last one of you. Like, dead serious. This is definitely going to be one of those scratch my head, scratch my ass, figure this out, because I am going to get this 1000%. The color scheme I want, painted in, all that kind of stuff. But it's one of those I'm going to have to screw around with color and figure out what I want to do. Shit, I didn't think the base was going to be the difficult part. But anyway, I appreciate everybody watching, liking, subbing. You guys sticking with me and everything else. Thank you again, Beans. Always tossing the coin to the Witcher. You're amazing. I wish all you guys success. Always be creative. ABC. Always be creative. Everybody hang in there. Everybody, please stay safe. Please stay warm. You know, if this storm hits like this and it's ugly, damn, it's a lot to worry about. I'll be checking in with you guys. In the event everybody loses internet or I lose internet or whatever, I'll try and find some way to get a message out to you. But otherwise, I'll be here Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. And we'll continue on with this, with me screwing around with Sinestro till I get his colors right. But I do appreciate you guys. And thank you again. Hopefully everybody had fun. And thank you for taking this journey with me. Guess that's really it for tonight. Again, thank you. I'm going to say thank you. But everybody hang tough. I will see you Sunday, 8 p.m. hopefully. And always be creative and never forget the golden rule. Don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.